Hey, Pelons. Hey, chat! Having a little treat. Some red Gatorade. Good lord. Really is just only sugar. Per container, 96% of your daily value of sugar. Maybe I won't drink all of it. I don't know. I don't know. I can probably handle a sugar high one day. Hey, Palanze, Celeraptor. Dankdad, hello. Hey, Unusual Thunder. Hey, QK. Lady Pastry, hello. Hey, I'm Grant. Hey, Derboni. He booked the worm. Hey, Zelda Muse. Smelchin, thanks for the 71 months. Hey, AJ Nugget. Hey, Frothy Wow. Hey, Clarity. Hey, Blazar. Hey, Josh B. Butlow, hello. Hey, Wonton. Hey, White Tea. Hey, Error. Hey, Harmonic Reflux. Hey, Diril. Does it, in fact, have electrolytes? Is that the sodium? Is sodium an electrolyte? I don't know. I just know that I've had the actual things that are good for hydrating you and they don't taste like Gatorade. Mr. Turjan and Ramsey. When you freeze them, they won't freeze solid because of how much sugar they have. I remember we did that with Coke when I was in high school. We were on like a school trip and we put our Cokes in the freezer in the hotel and they wouldn't actually freeze. Oh no, it was because our fridge in the hotel was completely messed up and the freezer temperature was extending past the freezer section. And so we put them in the fridge, but then they were almost frozen, but they weren't fully frozen. Hey CJ Catliver, hey Sky, hey Shambatat, hey Bunty Man, hey Aso, hey Hoop Jones, hey Murburger. You're planning on 8 hours today? I don't know. I don't know. You see them in a fan or Wraith? Yeah, it was probably just like halfway between freezer and fridge temperature, and that's why it turned slushy. I don't know. And then we like cut the tops of the cans off with scissors or something. It was not a good idea. You shouldn't do that. Hey, iPod Todd. Hey, Tuba. I don't know. Interested in data if Underdogs is objectively harder than the Forest for Act 1. Objectively. Don't we care about subjectively more than objectively? Hey, Willow! Hey, Benny. Do I think that the third elite always being the one you didn't fight is a good change, or does it make the game less deep? I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Plebiscide. I still haven't learned how to find my run histories. Looks like we're playing Silent first. I don't really want to play Silent first. Oh. Queen Jenna, thanks for 35 months, appreciate it. Hey, Captain Morgan. Hey, Super Terminator. Oh, Inanna Hollow. Hey, Craig of Canada. Yeah. Yeah, I think I have a couple of Ironclad ones that I haven't shipped over to YouTube yet. And then we have 3 more characters to do. And hey, hello, hey Northrex, hey Dracobaba. How was the party? I didn't go. I slept for like 12 hours. That's my party. I guess. Hey Kirsten. I guess, I don't know, Silence next in the rotation. There's so much stuff to say though. Alright. So. This will be a bit because people are going to be channeling in while I'm trying to get started on it. Gasmouth. But I wanted to try to give you a run where I talked through all the decisions a little bit more and started kind of like going through some heuristics I have for the game so far. Whether I think certain things are strong, whether I think they're weak, why. I want to leave you with kind of like under 10 main things to be thinking about while you play. And I'm hoping that they will be useful, and that if they're not useful, you can just not use them. That's fine. I don't know. Like, maybe you'll like them and you can use them, and maybe they won't. And you won't use them. It's not like I've solved the game. Nobody has, and nobody ever will. So how we think about it is really just our choice in terms of what works best for us. It's a tricky act. Let's talk about pathing first of all. A few people have asked like why I path from the end of the act, which is kind of a weird thing to do. And I don't always path from the end of the act. I do look at the entire thing and then I try to make a path. But often the reason that I might start drawing at the end of the act is that the end of the act is full of elites. And if the end of the act is full of elites and you've had enough time to get strong enough to kill elites, the run's probably going to be not too bad. If you kill elites, you get extra rewards, and you'll have a bunch of relics. Maybe more rare cards. I am pretty sure that elites have a higher chance of dropping rares than uncommons in this game. They didn't Slay the Spire 1, and it has felt like that to me so far, but I haven't actually looked in the source code to confirm it. So what I'm looking for, hopefully, is some elites at the end of the act that I can kill safely without, like, dying at the start of the act. Because, like, at the start of the act, if I'm going like this, dead, probably. Like, that's not impossible to do, this. But that's quite hard. How do I clear the drawings? In order to do that, I would want to have like a strong whale bonus, and I'd still expect that I might die there. I've heard a lot of people say like they're just ignoring elites, and I wouldn't say it like that. I would say that like conditionally you can take elites in this game, and the condition is like that you've gotten strong enough to beat the elite. Sometimes you can do that with potions. There are some very strong potions for fighting elites in the game now. A lot of the time, you'll be able to do it with cards. You can get some cards which deal very good damage. Ashen Strike and Ironclad stands out to me. And sometimes you can do it just by kind of having gotten far enough through the run that you've accumulated enough things total. So if I went this way, or this way maybe, or even this way, and got this chest before I start fighting elites, now I just have an entire extra relic, right? Versus this elite and this elite, my deck is +1 relic. +1 relic is like potentially 10 damage in the fight. It wouldn't be that unreasonable for it to deal 10 damage in the fight. That's a massive deal, and changes the calculus and how much damage I'm expecting to take from the elite quite a lot. Like if I go straight into this elite fight without getting much stronger at all, I'm expecting to like die or maybe take 40, which is a lot of damage to take. I have 56 health right now. I wish I could put this on my touch screen. I wonder if I could. That would be so sweet. Anyway, that's meant to say 4-0. And then probably you come over here and you take another 20 or something like that. But I have found that the Act 1 elites in this game all snowball super hard in terms of how much damage they deal you. Like, you can go from taking 20 or 30 damage in your first elite fight to taking under 10 in your second elite fight, just off of one more card reward and one relic. A lot of them are very finely balanced around, like, you don't quite have enough damage to kill this thing, but if you did, the fight would be very easy. It seems like it's true of Act 1 elites. The statue in particular, massive difference between killing that before it starts hitting you or not. Verdonus, and the AoE fight, the Wriggler thing, or the fights in this act. So the Wriggler is the one that like explodes and makes 4 Wrigglers, and that one, if you have a larger deck size, you'll get to play more turns before you shuffle all of the curses into your deck. So that one just like kind of naturally gets easier as you go through the run. And then the head will get easier if you get better at blocking or if you get better at dealing damage. Most likely it's gonna get easiest if you get better at dealing damage. But also because it has its like slow debuff thing, where the more cards you played in turn, the more damage your attacks will deal to it, it kind of just gets easier to beat with almost any cards. Because as your deck gets better, you get better at playing more cards. Like a Sly card, for example. You discard it, now you've played 2 cards for the cost of 1. So, any Blade Dances, any 0-cost cards, any potions which make cards. There's kind of like an abundance of ways to make these these elite fights easier for yourself. So I'm not necessarily thinking about individual solutions for elite fights anymore. I'm very much thinking like over time, am I going to get stronger at the elite fights? Yes. The tricky thing for me has been trying to work out how long exactly it takes. Like, can I get to a point where I'm precise enough about taking the right things for the elite fights that I could do that and actually have it work out a lot of the time? That's what I'm trying in a lot of my own runs, and that's why I'm dying a lot in Act 1, because there's no real way to work that out unless you try to do it. Anyway, Craig of Canada, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate it. I won't explain absolutely everything today. I don't know enough about the game, and I could never explain everything anyway. I will try to give you some good explanations of things to be thinking about, though. Like a reasonable amount of explanation. Let's talk about our whale bonuses. I'm going to go from top to bottom instead of from... Sorry, I'm going to go from bottom to top instead of top to bottom, because I think I have the most interesting thing to say about this one. Large capsule... I might end up clicking on large capsule, actually. Fascinating. Okay. Let's talk about what it means to have 2 more basics in your deck. Strike and Defend are both basic cards. They're starter cards. I call them basics all the time. So your deck's now larger. You'll have 15 cards, including Ascender's Bane, instead of 13 right from the start. Very importantly for Silent is that card removes allow your Sly-based late-game strategies to really take off and do very well. If you're able to remove all of your strikes, for example, it's not too hard to get to a point where you're like playing Acrobatics and discarding Tactician, and then you have more energy and more cards, then you just play another Acrobatics and discard another Tactician, etc. You get your entire deck in your hand, stuff like this. If you have 12 basics in your deck, it's going to be hard to remove enough for them to do that. So this changes our late-game strategy, like, this changes our win conditions substantially. Our run is not as likely to be able to win with Sly sorts of stuff. Doesn't mean we can't win, just means we have to focus on winning with other things a bit more than usual. Something to think about for later. And working out exactly what the late-game space of the characters is quite tricky. That takes a long time, because you have to get to late game lots and lots of times and see how the different strategies work and like which bosses are tough for which strategies, and then you have to work out, well, can I find a way for that strategy to beat that boss, or is it actually a problem? And sometimes there will actually be lots of ways. Like, and so that's why our one time meter was a big problem for a lot of people as they got going, because they'd make a Shiv deck and then time meter would counter it. But then you learned like, oh, well, actually with Malaise, I can still beat time meter. With poison damage, I can actually still beat time meter. Like I can put a Noxious Fumes into my Shiv deck, even though it doesn't make much sense, and then add a Catalyst, and all of a sudden I have a way to beat time meter. There are some potions that I can take a Ritual potion, and now I can beat time meter, stuff like that. But that's a lot of playtime. Like, I can just give you my thoughts on it. I can say, like, theoretically, I think this is how it will go. But until I've actually done it, I like, have no... I have low to mid confidence in my opinions about those things, basically. Hey, Irene, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate it. So, the other thing that adding a Strike and Defend to our deck right now does is make it so we have another Strike and Defend right now. That means that any good card that we add to our deck, we won't draw as often. It makes it so our deck is more inconsistent. We don't draw Neutralize and Survivor as often. Stuff like that. It actually makes the regular Elite fight a little bit easier, I think, weirdly. It might make the Fish boss easier if you were fighting the Fish boss as Silent, too. Like, there are actually fights where just having cards which aren't literal curses that deal you damage in your deck is a good thing. But that's really not the norm. So I haven't actually clicked on Large Capsule since installing the game, because the additional Strength and Defense seemed like such a massive drawback, and 2 relics are very capable of giving you nothing. So it's a large drawback for potentially very limited upside. I guess, like, speaking from, like, a more balanced perspective kind of thing, like, what would I need to see to click on this button more often? Or what would I need to work out as a player, even? I would need to work out as a player more stuff about the late game space, such that I could work out more ways to win which are less dependent on particular combinations of cards. Because putting together particular combinations of cards is just going to be pretty hard if you have another Strike and Defend in your deck, and the relics don't contribute that much to that either. I've tended to find that the ways I win are more based on my cards than my relics in this game. That's untapped.gg, Jacer. Okay, cool. So that's Large Capsule, which I will not be clicking on. Arcane Scroll obtains a random rare card. When you're trying to work out how good that is, there are 2 things to consider. One is, like, what are all your character's rare cards? So, in order to work that out, we could go to the Compendium, which we can open during a run. How cool is that? And we can just look. This is for multiplayer only, so I don't have it unlocked right now. Silent has 25 rares, and you can kind of go through these and be like, well, Assassinate would be pretty good in Act 1, but Grand Finale, I don't think I could really make that work. The Hunt would be sweet. Murder's more of a late game card. Stuff like Blade of Ink is like, maybe that could become good at some point, but it's not incredible right now. Corrosive Wave, actually a curse right now. I think a good number of Silence rare cards are, like, actually do nothing at this stage in the run, but potentially get a lot better later. I don't know if that's how it works for every character, but I think that's how it tends to work a bit for Silent. So looking through these, I'd say, like, half of them are pretty good hits and half of them are not as good hits, like, very roughly, like, I don't know. Cool. So you do that and you have some idea. That doesn't really tell you whether you should click the button or not, though, right? The way I think about the whale bonuses, which have a lot of variance in them, like obtain a random rare card, where, like, I'm not getting to choose anything about which rare card I get. I'm just getting a random rare card. It could be terrible, it could be awesome. Is I look at my map path and I try to work out, if I get a weak start, is there a path that I can win with? And if I get a strong start, is there a path that really pays off? In this act, like, if I got a strong stuff, probably the path I could do that would most pay off is something like that, which isn't that much. And it's also still dangerous. Like, even if I get a strong start, there's no campfire in this entire act. It's only 3 elites. I'd be looking more for, like, a 5 elite path with 2 campfires or something like that. Then I'd be like, oh yeah, let's roll the dice a little bit. If I get lucky, I can win off my 5 elite Act 1, and if I get unlucky, I can, like, take some sort of path with some campfires and play safer or something like that. Cool. Whatever. Yeah. But this act doesn't really have much of that, in my opinion. So the last option is Stone Humidifier. Whenever you rest a rest site, raise your max HP by 5. I think a lot of in the Spire 1 came down too strongly on the side of you shouldn't be resting, which is, like, Man Coil, thanks to the Prime. I'll try to remember to come back to that question. I'm bad pro at owning. Resting doesn't make you stronger, usually. So if you can upgrade, then your deck has an upgraded card, whereas if you rest, you just have more health, right? So in theory, what you'd prefer would be to get to go through the entire act just upgrading all your cards all the time and not having to rest. That's like the theory behind rest being not great. The thing that rest does, though, that does make you stronger is it gives you more health in order to take more dangerous floors or to take options at events which damage you or things like that. And then that makes you stronger. So it's like a once removed effect. You have more health. That means you can do more things which make you stronger. That means in aggregate, you do actually get stronger. And the dream would be to like get meat on the bone or something like that, and then you just don't have to rest and you can do all of the things that deal you damage. But realistically, in a lot of runs, you can't do all of the things that deal you damage without resting sometimes. So, oh my god. I have to blow my nose. Scotty Dog, thanks for the 9 months. I appreciate it. So, stone humidifier actually changes that calculus. When you have a stone humidifier, not only does resting let you take more dangerous floors, but it also means that resting is making you stronger. Having more max HP gives you... Whereas adding an additional strike and defend to your deck kind of shrinks your late game solution space to be less able to rely on combinations of tightly built cards. Having more max HP raises your solution space. All of a sudden, like, slow decks, which take several turns to set up and take a lot of damage while they do so, can win because you have 100 plus max HP, and that's okay. Don't overlook that this makes your rests heal you for, at first, 5 more, and then after that, even more than 5 more. So it's kind of like getting a Regal Pillow and a Mango at the same time from your start. Like, if we're talking about adding 2 relics, or 2 relics, random relics, for the cost of 2 starter cards, this is like a rare relic plus a pretty good uncommon relic. Is Regal Pillow uncommon? I don't know. This is like getting 2 relics. Except it doesn't have a downside. This act isn't incredible for it, but also this act just isn't incredible for anything. So that's just too bad. That's the thing that we're going to have to deal with on this run. But probably what I'm going to do is like start Stone Humidifier, go here, go through this Campfire, and quite possibly rest to be at full health for taking these 2 elites in the second half of the act. And I have an option for a shop or an event. I'd take the shop if I need help before this boss fight, and I'd take the event if I didn't, so that I could save gold until after I see my Ancient Reward for Act 2, so I have a better idea of what I should be spending money on, most likely. And we'll see how it goes, but yeah, I'm going to start with Stone Humidifier, and we'll go from there. Alright, so we're going to go this way. You're convinced it's OP and needs to be nerfed. Well, it is what it is. I had a question I was meant to come back to. What was it? Is it always worth it to skip elites if you have a weak start? If the elites will kill you, you shouldn't go to them. And there's some math you can do on that, like if the elites have an 80% chance of being safe to fight, but sometimes kill you, should you avoid them still and stuff like that. And that math is hard to do. I don't know what the right play is in this fight. I haven't played the fight enough times to know. There's the most greedy option, which is this. We'll try this. I think that probably as we all get better at playing the game, the power of relics is going to start to feel higher. It's my personal expectation. Alright, we've got some options. Anticipate, Skewer, and Strangle. Managed to take 0 damage in the fight. Didn't get a potion. It is worth considering, like, we can still go this way, right? We still have a path to it. So if we got some really good stuff, like a really good potion and a really good elite killing relic or something like that. A relic? Well, there. More likely a really good elite killing card. We could still fight 3 elites on this path. That's another nice thing about the path, is that it has a little bit of flexibility in case we get stronger at a rate faster than we're expecting. I'm going to take Strangle, because it just deals a bunch of damage. So, I don't think this is true of all the characters. In Spire 1, I thought it was true of pretty much all the characters, actually. But in Spire 2, I don't think it is true that all of the characters are most desperately looking for attack cards at the start of the game. I think Regent and Defect are both pretty excited about getting a good defensive card. Everybody is happy to get good offensive cards, though. In general, at the start of the run, you want simple ways to deal more damage, and then simple ways to block better. And as you get further into the run, you start to think about more, like, complicated multi-step processes for scaling your deck up and doing more stuff. So, like, on floor 1, you're pretty excited about a card that just deals good damage, like Strangle does. Whereas on floor 25, you might be looking at acrobatics and thinking, well, the acrobatics lets me draw my adrenaline, and then I can calculate a gamble, and I can play 2 different slide cards, and I can get some powers in play, and then my defend is going to block for 15, and that's enough to survive the turn. Like, you can't think about that on Act 1, floor 2 yet, right? So we just take a decent card that deals some damage to some enemies. I'm getting a cold. I slept an extra 4 hours last night, and now my nose is completely clogged. So, Burdonus Egg. This hatches into a 0-cost 14 damage attack, which was pretty good. But we have to use a campfire to do it. That's possible. It kind of works nicely with Strangle, actually, another 0-cost card. I did take a Stone Humidifier, which makes the rest a little bit more powerful. There's also something to be said to the idea that max HP snowballs off itself. The more you have max HP, the more your rest heals you for. Resting heals you for a third of your health? 30% of your health? Something like that. And so the value of rest goes up and up and up the more HP you have. If you have, like, 80 HP or something, maybe you're in kind of an awkward spot where your rest is healing you for, like, not quite enough to actually want to do it. Whereas if you get up to, like, 120 HP, then you're like, ah, yeah, for sure, I rest. No-brainer. So I think we just take that. Move on with life. I could try to super high roll a shop with 111 gold in order to go left, but I don't even want to that much. Like, I'm pretty happy going this way. So let's not go to a shop, save our gold. Another hallway fight. I haven't had any feed runs in Ironclad go off super, super hard. There are actually slightly fewer floors total in the game now. Is that true? Maybe. We got a buffer charge from Potion. That's pretty good. And we have our first difficult card reward choice, in my opinion. And this is quite difficult between Acrobatics and Poison Stab. Poison Stab is good damage. We do have to fight the elites somehow. Poison is the most accessible way to scale enough damage to fight your Act 1 boss fight, your Act 1 elites. These cards just deal damage in longer fights better than other cards do, right? You could, in theory, get a Blade Dance and a Finisher and a Well-Laid Plans or something, and then put together a combo of cards that dealt more damage after some setup, but how are you gonna get that stuff? Or if you just click on Poison Stab and one other Poison common or something, all of a sudden you have ramping damage over the course of an 8-turn fight that can kill an enemy for you. So I think I'm gonna believe in acrobatics with Strangle, because Strangle already makes Echo a little bit better. But Poison Stab is definitely worth considering there. Acrobatics is also just an incredibly powerful card later on in the game. So if you can find excuses to take an Acrobatics, you're pretty happy too. The first 3 fights in Act 1 are easy fights. Alright. A droplet of Precognition. Choose a card in our draw pile and adds it into our hand. Give me a suck. I don't know, Hoop Jones. Okay. So now we're being offered double Acro or Untouchable. Untouchable kind of works with Droplet of Precognition. We can turn Droplet of Precognition into a kind of a janky block card a lot of the time using it. It also works with Strangle. We can discard it to Acro, maybe. I'm okay with it. I think double Acro is probably a little bit too aggressive right now. Like, that's just too many cards that don't deal damage. Whereas Untouchable, we've had our 3 easy hallway fights, right? So this hallway fight's already going to be a harder fight for us. This gives us some decent output with the first Acro that we added, stuff like that. In terms of skipping cards, stuff like that, I don't know. The hard hallway fights are a lot harder than the easy hallway fights, huh? So this is going to put statuses into our discard pile, which is one of the reasons that not skipping card rewards for a while, so I have a larger deck. Not a terrible idea. This probably deals 12, 24, 30, 33. It's at 43. I'm gonna have to hit this at least one time, though. I think we just hit here again. I don't know. My opinions on the fights are going to be wrong a lot of the time because I'm still learning them. I missed Mangle on this deck cycle. That's very unfortunate. Alright, I'm gonna hit that one more time, and then we have to switch into killing the Fogmog. We are currently getting Fogmogged in a pretty big way. The strike deals 8, putting it at 16. Which actually doesn't kill it. I have to do it, I think. Alright, so we have a bunch of statuses in our discard pile this time around. Unfortunately. But Acro bailed us out. So I just tried to keep statuses out of my draw pile until the fight was over, basically, but then once I had a reshuffle, I stopped off killing the thing that was giving me statuses to try to actually get damage on the thing that was attacking me. Skewer is a mediocre card which never feels good once you get better at the game. That is my opinion of Skewer. You can look at this and be like, ooh, a chance to like guarantee that I can deal damage on all of my turns, etc, etc, etc. Cool, whatever. As you get better at the game, you're going to build a deck which lets you do that without needing to have a skewer in it. So I'm just going to take Prepared here. Prepared works with Strangle, and it works with Untouchable. And we're going to rest and get our first humidifier value. Gosh, having a real damage card would be so nice right now. I am forced into an elite fight pretty soon. I only just noticed these aren't the same ones every time. I have a spreadsheet that in theory has some information about enemy fights. Let's see what it says about this stuff. We have a Tracker Raider, an Axe Raider, and a Brute Raider. The Axe Raider, attack, and big attack. Attack and block, and then big attack. The Brute Raider, attack, and then buff. And it interchanges, I guess. And then the Tracker Raider, debuffs Frail, and then attacks 1x8. I feel like it just keeps attacking 1x8 as well. That's my memory of it. Okay, so this is the only one that's scaling. This one has a bigger turn 3. This one debuffs me. Also has the least health. It's a tricky fight, isn't it? There's no way we're meant to fight this one first. The question is whether we kill this one or this one first. I think the answer is probably this one. One thing you can be thinking about, and probably should be thinking about in situations like this, is how much block your deck can make per turn versus how much damage is incoming per turn. That's the easy way to get your answer to should I... Oh my god, Strangle, please. Oh my god, Strangle. Good lord. Okay. Well, we killed this. Now we start killing that. That's the easy way that you get an answer to should I take damage right now to deal damage to the enemies. Because if you can block against them, then it makes sense to take the fight later. Whereas if you can't, it doesn't. I'm gonna use this for a bunch of health. Time to use some potions, I think. And now we should hopefully have stabilized to a point where we're not taking damage anymore. Kind of important here, I'm gonna play Survivor and discard Untouchable before I play Acro to make sure that I don't get an entire new draw pile without any block cards in it. Especially since I'm getting attacked for 13 this turn. So there are lots and lots and lots of small things that you are likely to be missing for your entire life. The game's pretty hard. Which make it so you save health in fights. And if you save health in fights, then you don't take as much damage in fights. And then when you go to the next fight, you have more health and you get to play the entire game more aggressively. Our deck has not been offered much in the way of good damage. Maybe I should have taken the Poison Stab? I don't know. The Acro is kind of nice. I'm going to take this Cloak and Dagger though, which works with Mangle and just is a medium strength both ways card. We could take a Piercing Wail, it's pretty good, but I need stuff that can actually kill the enemies. Feels like we died the first elite. We've got this fight still, which can definitely help. Math. Defend. Strike. Strangle. No. Strike. Strangle. It's at 5, 3, 0, 1. Nothing quite works. Alright, we're playing against some slippery stuff. Yeah, we're definitely hoping that we get some sort of sweet reward in this fight. Because we are running out of time to find stuff that kills elite. So we've got some pretty powerful potions so far, actually. But not powerful enough to actually kill something with 140 health. I think if this is attacking for 11 this turn, that probably is next turn. Not certain, but it would kind of make sense to me. I was wrong. I don't know. That'll happen. Why Acro over Poison Stab? Because I already had a Mangle. It's very high, or Strangle. Apparently I don't know its name. It's a very high value card, Acrobatics. Okay, damage card, please. We will take a dash, I think. Dash at least does okay. I could also take Flick Flack. We may have to take Flick Flack, actually. So, let's think about the actual fights. We're fighting against either the regular fight, which AoE is good in, but also a both ways damage and block is good in. Or Burdonis. Burdonis dash is quite good in. Both ways attack and damage is going to be good in that fight. Or we're fighting against the head. Against the head, we need to be able to spam lots of cards in the same turn. And Flick Flack, I think, is actually better in that fight. Sorry, the statue. It's like the same fight as the giant head from Spire 1. That's why I called it the head. So, against those, I think I want, like, Flick Flack for 1.5 of them and Dash for the other 1.5 of them. Kind of weird. I'm gonna take Flick Flack, actually. It works better with the other stuff I'm doing. I'm trying to get Sly things happening. Trying to get card spam happening. Dash doesn't really work with any of that. I could even take Escape Plan here. Don't know about that, though. But Escape Plan does work with Strangle and works better with, like, the Acro, draw lots of cards kind of idea. I think we just need another output card. Alright. Kind of need a good relic here. That doesn't do anything. If we make it to rest sites, we can lift instead of resting, and yeah, okay. So this is why getting random relics is not necessarily what you want to do. Anyway. I think there's a decent chance that we can survive this fight. I don't know about the other fights afterwards, though. I'm gonna get Strangle. And try to get a good start on getting this dead. We're probably gonna get 6 infections here, unfortunately. Hopefully it won't be more than that. I might just be dead. How do I know the elite pool for the act? Well, I've played the game for like 100 hours and it's been the same every time. I don't understand how Strangle has always been on the exact bottom of my deck. So 2 and 4 attack on the first turn. Oh, apparently my notes are wrong. Okay, fine. We are gonna need to backflip into something. Or acro into something. I guess I'm dead. Alright. Well, that is one of the joys of doing an over-explained run. Is that sometimes you just die on floor 11. Um, I don't feel terrible about any of the decisions made there. I think the draw pile shuffles were genuinely very bad. And we didn't get offered any damage for an elite, so we died. Drizzed! Thanks for the prime, appreciate it. Alright. Shall we talk about Regent? Do we understand Regent? I have things that I can say about Regent. Anybody have questions about that one? Kanya, thanks for 26 months. Appreciate you. How do you play Regent good? Oh, well, that one's a question for the next round. Would Poison Stab have survived? Poison Stab would have diverged a decent amount. I think there's a chance it would have survived. We wouldn't have taken Untouchable. I'm still trying to work out how good these, like, medium strength Sly cards are compared to just a card like Poison Stab, which maybe has a little bit more output but doesn't have the Sly upside. And I don't know what the solution is yet, like if you're meant to be taking Acro in Act 1 and taking these, or if actually just like taking the higher output cards lets you build a smaller deck that survives Act 1 and then you can make the Sly synergies happen later anyway. I don't know. I haven't played multiplayer now. Can I explain the importance of not forcing a combo? Well, it's kind of important to force a combo for the end of the game, is what I would say. But what you want to do is survive for like the first half of the game when you don't need a combo to win. And then at some point it will become apparent to you which way you're meant to be winning the end of the game, and then you should commit really hard to that. But I think people commit too early to things is probably the thing that people struggle with a lot. Look at this E. I don't know how I feel about this E. It's very pointy. Except for this part, which isn't pointy. I feel like the other letters aren't as pointy as that. Sly as bait, you win with dash. I don't think dash was that good in that spot. Alright, let's try Regent. I am kind of feeling like I'm getting a cold or something, so this might not be a super long stream. I apologize for that. The Regent. Our Niao options are Nutritious Oyster, Lost Coffer, and Silver Crucible. I'm probably going to be clicking on this one. We'll talk about that later. I like to take a little glance at my Niao options first, but like mostly I'm looking at the map to work out what's going on in Act 1. That's where like the most different information is or whatever. The map changes a lot from run to run. So like I was talking about in the Silent Run, we've got a path here at the end of the act which has a lot of value in it. And that's worth noting, and then just kind of like doing a litmus test. Can I get to that and survive? And I think, like, this would be too much. That kills us, probably. But what we could do is come here, and if we're really strong, we actually could go this way. But probably we go this way. We might not want to go to a shop because we're forced into a shop there, but probably come in through here. In terms of whale bonuses, I think Nutritious Oyster is better than nothing. It's like Stone Humidifier without upside. It's like, okay, so we get some max HP, that's useful, but Stone Humidifier could easily give you like 30 max HP. This one, not so much. Lost Coffer, I think, is fine. I take that and it's alright, but I really like Silver Crucible. Getting upgraded cards early on in the game is a massive deal. Something that isn't that apparent at first, necessarily, but becomes apparent as you play the game, is if you can get like 3 more block every turn, or 3 more damage every turn, or something like that, the game suddenly becomes kind of easy. Maybe not that easy, but a little bit easy. And upgraded cards like give you 3 more attack or block in a turn. So taking Silver Crucible immediately gets you into a place where you're taking much less damage from fights, killing elites fairly easily, stuff like that. It's actually a strong enough bonus that I am going to go this way, because there are some upgraded card rewards, like damage cards in particular, that I could see us getting, which actually do let us take this path. It'd have to be incredibly good, though, because there's no campfire here. Like, realistically, we'd get here and have, like, 20 health left, and then we wouldn't be able to do this anyway. So what's the upside at that point? It is important to take a look at your Act Boss and see if it requires any unique solutions. Lagavulin Matriarch has a lot of health. It debuffs our strength and dex over the course of the fight. It lets us set up for longer in the fight. So Lagavulin Matriarch is one of the places where Regent's Forge mechanic is actually kind of appealing, because you have ways to like prepare your damage for later in the fight while it's still asleep for the first 3 turns. So I might take a good Forge card if it's offered. In general, I've liked the Stars cards a little bit more. Alright. Whether to take 1 damage or not here, I think we do. Silent has very high defensive card density, so stalling fights for longer makes a bit more sense because you can block for more per turn. That's not the same for Regent. If Regent stalls the fights for a really long time, you're just going to take damage every single turn because you can't block. I got no idea. I don't know if I've ever been offered any of these cards upgraded on floor 2 before in my life. I kind of want to take Devastate. How bad can that really be? I'm still trying to work out the greed bonus, Falcor. I don't have strong opinions yet. It is very hard to play this. If we draw it before Venerate, we literally... it's just a curse, right? This costs us 3 energy to deal 25. This costs us 1 energy plus the Venerate draw and play to deal 40. I think we take Devastate. There's so much upside to you if we get better at channeling stars in any way, etc. It's not actually that good against the Underdogs Elite pool, though, because there's the one that takes 20 damage max every turn. So I don't think it makes us go this way. In which case I don't really have to go to this node at this point, if I think there's like no chance I'm going here. Is there a chance, though? What if I got a defensive card that made a star? All of a sudden I'm pretty good at Terror Eel. I already got a potion. Yeah, okay, let's try it. I think it might happen. Also, it would be really funny if my, like, over-explain runs, every single one of them died on floor 6. Or whatever. I gotta say, this Devastate doesn't seem very playable so far. Kinda wild how, like, putting a bad card in your deck makes you take 10 more damage, and it's just very visible that that has happened sometimes. Okay. Well, these aren't it. That's for sure. We do want to take a card here. Kind of important that we don't skip our upgraded cards. But these are not incredible ones. I'm going to take a Crescent Spear, which just already hits for 12, right? 1, 2, 3... No, it already hits for 15 for 1. That's pretty good. And we're going to give up on the dream of fighting these elites. Why didn't I venerate and save the stars to deal more damage? Oh, maybe that was right. Perhaps I just did it wrong. Did I have venerate on that turn? Alright, we're through some toad poles. Another Crescent Sphere? Oh my gosh. I've never had a run quite like this before. Kinda tempting. This deck really needs... I think I was offered one in the first reward too, yeah, and I didn't take it. This deck really needs a way to generate some stars, though. Like a glow. That seems ideal. Alright, so we've got something kind of functional. It doesn't really block. But we're playing with our star synergy space. We can upgrade to Venerate or Glow to get more stars, which is, I think, what I need to do. I could rest. Maybe I do go to this shop so that I can get a rest in, because I'd like to have enough health to get through this, guaranteed. 38 seems a little bit low, even with some kind of strong stuff going on. Am I a hidden cash enjoyer, or do I think it's bad? I think it's a common. I don't know. It's just like a common that makes stars, right? Hey, awesome! Rest first, so you can see shop before upgrade. I actually think upgrade first, because there's a decent chance I upgrade twice. Yeah, I don't see how glow upgrade is ever bad here, so I think just upgrade glow. There are some shops that could change my campfire decision a little bit. Doesn't work? Weird. It's fine, I can't afford to play it anyway. I'm gonna take a Child of the Stars here. Whenever you spend stars, gain 2 block for each star spent, and I'm gonna take a Cloak of the Stars. I don't really know how to, like, over-explain this run. Because, like, all I'm doing is clicking on all the star synergy stuff now, and seeing if I win. Hopefully I do. You click even faster, it might work. Here's a, like, concept at the campfire. I've got some pretty strong stuff in my deck right now. Like, if this gets going, I expect it can win the run, probably. In spots like that, when choosing between something that gives you a little bit additional strength but might be a little bit iffy because you're low-ish on HP, versus something that seems like it's more likely to keep you alive through the act, the fact that our deck is already pretty well set up to do something that, like, these Crescent Spears hitting for 20 or whatever is gonna be good through Act 2, I imagine. The fact that we already have that makes us more inclined to take an option which is more likely to just keep us alive, even if it doesn't make us as strong as a different option might. Look at that. Holy. Okay, I think we're going to take a hidden cache. I think we've got enough. You can do like a very easy count here, right? There's 9 stars worth of spending in my deck and 4 stars worth of generation. We start with 3. So for our first cycle, that's like kind of okay, but we do need 1 more card that makes stars, and this one makes stars. And that's just like very basic counting. No chest, because the downside of Silver Crucible that got us our upgraded cards is that the first relic chest has nothing in it. That's okay though. But I consider taking the other path with only 1 elite. I don't see any reason to do that. I think this deck is very capable of killing elites. Got a vulnerable potion. Beacon's an interesting card. It's easy to underestimate the power of this sort of effect. Transforming a card into in your hand is like a very strong thing to be able to do. Over the course of a longer fight, you could get rid of all of your basic cards using that and just be spamming your really good cards kind of idea. I don't think it's good enough here. There's kind of like... There are 2 competing local maxima in Spire. Like, one is make a gigantic deck with all the cards that snowball with each other, and the other is make a small deck with a couple of cards that interact very, very well so you can draw them together. And I think double Crescent Spear pushes us pretty heavily toward make a gigantic snowball deck. Which one of those is better? I don't know. Get back to me in 5 years or something. But, this is more of a card where you want to take it if you're trying to make a smaller deck with a few cards that interact incredibly well together. So for example, if instead of Crescent Spears, I had an Alignment, which is a card that costs 2 stars to make 2 energy, you can combo that with Glow to go infinite. You can use Alignment, and then you can play Glow, and then you get another Glow and play that Glow. Then you draw your Alignment again, play Alignment, play Glow, play Glow, play Alignment, play Glow, play Glow, and go forever. That would be a useful thing to be able to trim my deck down for if I had that. But instead, I have these Crescent Spears, and that pushes me toward making a larger deck. I know a lot of people who are starting out the game are curious, like, what's the right deck size to have? And the answer is, it's very dependent on everything. But if there were a thing I would say about deck size, it's that, like, you either want on the smaller side or on the bigger side. Like, in the middle's not impossible to want either, but it's a little bit less common. Like, sometimes you want a massive deck that just scales off itself, of its own cards. And sometimes you want a smaller deck that scales off, like, a couple of cards in it and playing them over and over again. So, you feel like the snowball deck is less powerful but more guaranteed to work. Sure, that's, I think, a valuable observation. You only have to kill the enemies and not die until the end of the run to win, right? So you don't need to, like, go infinite with some incredible combo or whatever. And taking cards like Crescent Spear that hit for like 20 or 30 might get you to the end of the run successfully. You might have like 10 health left and the final boss fight was close and stuff like that. And you could have instead gone infinite and won really easily. And you might look at the infinite deck and be like, whoa, that was like way stronger, etc., etc. But both of them won the run. They have like different places where the run is hardest. They have places where they look really strong. Like the part where I killed a hallway fight in 2 turns just now, or was that turn 1 actually? That's the part where Crescent Spear is going to look strong. Alright. Weird fight for this deck, because we can only deal 20 per turn, and we don't block that well. We're probably taking a little bit of damage here. I have to decide whether I want to Devastate turn 1 and take 6 to do it. I think I do. Because I could have instead played Cloak of Stars. Alright, Child of Stars is going to get us a little bit of block here.
But again, we're taking damage. This is another one of those situations where, like, just thinking about how much damage I take per turn, it seems like I want to make a play that gets me closer to the fight being over at the cost of some health there, to me. Alright, another 13. I should probably have used a skill potion. We get a pair. Gain 10 max HP. I could take Gather Light. With this Child of Stars, we want the way that we block to be spending our stars a little bit more than usual. And then with the Crescent Spears, we want to have, like, a few cards that make lots of stars and lots of cards that spend, like, 1 star. Kinda. Gather Light feels like it doesn't quite match the way that the rest of the deck is scaling up. So. Hey, Delicious. Do you need a child to draft Child of the Stars? No, we're all children of the stars. I learned that from, I think, Dragonheart? Something like that. To the stars, Bowen. Living Fog's a pretty tricky enemy if you can't kill it quickly. But we can hopefully kill it quickly. We're only allowed 1 skill per turn. Oh my god, I'm not playing very well. I always forget that because it seems like it can't be possible. Alright, just looking ahead, I see that I can't kill it off of Glow. So I guess we do this. Good old Sean Connery CGI dragon, yeah? I should probably have taken like 5 less damage in that fight. Sorry about that. I think we can skip these. Getting toward the end of the act. Okay, there are 2 things to mention here. One, you do eventually reach a point in the run where, like, your commons are pretty good. You don't really need to add bad commons anymore. Like, you can start waiting to find good uncommons and rares. We're kind of at that point here. We're not desperate looking for anything in particular. We already have one of these scaling powers. It could actually be really strong later on in the game even. So that's all good. The other thing is, the closer you get to the boss, the closer you are to the Ancient Reward at the end of the boss. And your rare card at the end of the boss. So, as you get closer to the boss in Act 1 or 2, your approach to the rewards you're getting offered changes a little bit. You're less interested in stuff which just makes you, like, a little bit stronger in a linear way. You're more interested in waiting. Getting, like, card removes, using a potion to get through the fight instead of buying a card to do it, because you're very close to getting a bunch of information about what might be possible for you to scale in a strong way for the rest of the run. So if I have... Let's talk about the shop as an example. If I have 300 gold and I can go to the shop, or let's say I could go around it instead, it would make a lot of sense if I'm already good, like fighting the boss, I'm not worried about dying to it. It would make a lot of sense to wait on spending that gold until after I've seen this, fought the fight, gotten my rare card, gotten my Ancient Reward in the next act, and then I can see, like, oh, I have, like, this thing going on. That means that in order to win the run, I want to do that and then that. I can spend my gold to do all that. And the same sort of logic applies to kind of, like, medium strength rewards. When you're about to go to a floor which can massively change your deck, you're less inclined to take these, because it's more likely that they could quite rapidly become bad cards. So, not going to take those. I wish I had used one of these potions at a time where it made sense to use it. I think I'm just skipping the Dex potion as it stands. Alright, let's use a skill potion this turn. We are being attacked for 15. Okay, well, this is a thing I don't know, which is interesting, but I think probably Resonance is better than Bundle of Joy. It's possible that Bundle of Joy would be good. Resonance immediately blocks for 5. That's pretty good. And then it gives us more strength to get through the fight with. That's also pretty good. Could I actually kill this right now? 8. I could kill it, but I wouldn't be able to play Hidden Cache, so then I couldn't play my other cards later. Yeah, I think I have to play Hidden Cache. In which case, the way to fight these is get them set up to die to my other attacks. So we can think about our attacks. These hit for 24. This hits for 40. So if we put this on 25... Oh, but I want to hit something that the weak is worth something on. So let's hit this to save 2 health. That's on 25, which is unfortunately 1 too much to die to this. Let's just do that. And actually we'll hit this as well. Because this is gaining strength, so it's going to be attacking me for more. So this and this are both killable with the star strike things. Crescent Spear. Okay, I can probably glow into the next thing, so I don't have to generate stars there, maybe. Oh yeah, it hits for 25 because I have strength. Good call. Deck doesn't show strength, yeah. Overall though, really good fight. We got a power potion, we got a strawberry, we're 31 health. I can take another Crescent Spear. I think I will. The card seems good. I don't know. Unfortunately, I'm not actually allowed to click on this, so we're going to go this way. Definitely some decent stuff in here. I wonder how good Catastrophe is in this deck. I don't know. I'm just going to remove a card. When removing cards, you're generally going to be removing a curse, a strike, or a defend for most of the game. My default is bad curses, then strikes, then defends, then less bad curses. The curses which have like ethereal and exhaust themselves and things like that, you can usually just leave in your deck. It's not that big a deal. Regent especially, you only have 4 defensive cards in your starting 10. I guess weak is kind of defensive. But Regent definitely wants to remove strikes in my experience. Alex Frog, thanks for the Prime! I do not think we have to rest for this fight. I think we are good. Let's get our Child of the Stars upgrade. This is a pretty big upgrade for how many stars we're spending. That'll be useful for the rest of the run. And then our strategy... You know, I said Forge would be good against Lagavulin, but actually this is a good strategy against Lagavulin too. I hadn't really thought about that. But we get to stash up a bunch of stars before the fight actually starts, basically. I'm going to use a Vulnerable Potion for this one, I think. Upgrading Falling Star, ever good? Well, that was fun. It just deals more damage, right? It just goes to 11 damage. I haven't had much success with doing that. I think we can just defend. I've drawn my star generation in very awkward ways, but I think I'm going to be alright. Here, I think it would actually be a mistake to play Devastate. It leaves the enemy at, what, 16 or something? Is that right? I deal 26. It leaves the enemy at 4. What if I draw like 3 Crescent Spears next turn and have 0 stars? Seems wrong. Could I touch on Weak Potion over Power Potion? I used a Vulnerable Potion, not a Weak Potion. And the reason I did that is that all of my damage is coming from attacks which scale off Vulnerable. So I just kind of like eyeballed. Does this kill it before the next time it gets scary or whatever. These are fun rewards. I actually really like Tyranny. It might look like Genesis is the thing that most matches what we're doing. It kind of does, like, semantically, right? Like, we're gaining stars and spending stars. This makes us gain stars and spend stars. This effect's really strong, though. The fact that it upgrades to innate's a big deal in larger decks. It's not as big a deal in a deck which is small, but innate as an upgrade is very valuable if you're aiming for, like, a 30-plus card kind of deck, which we likely are with all these, like, Crescent Spears and stuff. And then getting to choose from 6 cards per turn instead of 5 is really nice. And exhausting a card from your hand is good in like 3 different ways. The first way is just like how good it is in general, which is like getting rid of your strikes and defends over the course of a longer fight is very valuable kind of idea. The second is there are enemies who give you statuses, and you can exhaust the statuses, and the statuses won't deal you damage or whatever. Although, I think the enemies that do that are mostly in Act 1 in this game. That's kind of weird, right? A little strange. And then the third thing is there are some events which give you quite nasty curses in this game. And if you want to be able to take those, being able to exhaust those curses when you draw them is a pretty big deal. There are a lot of enemies who give you statuses in Act 3. Yeah, I guess that's true. Crash Landing's upside is that it deals 21 damage to all enemies, right? That's why you take Crash Landing. Filling your hand with debris actually... Oh, I didn't take it, but there's a card that blocks whenever you generate a card. So this is like just a good card for shorter fights in a deck where you're not going to lose because you draw the debris the second time through your deck. It also can be... This is a pretty good card. It can be good... If you have block from card generation, you can play lots of other cards first and then play this and generate lots of cards and get lots of block, cool. But if you don't, and you don't want to generate that many debris, you could like play a card draw card and then play this and only make like 2 debris or something like that. It deals 21 to all enemies for 1. That's pretty good. I don't really need attacks that deal 21 damage to enemies for 1 because I already have them. But yeah, it's pretty good. So I'm going to take a tourney. Alright, and now we are here in Act 2. I like to take a little look at the Act map first. This thing will die relatively quickly to us just hitting it with damage cards. That's cool. Welcome back, Regal Boy. I haven't had much success having enough control over which cards are in my hand every turn to consistently pair Crash Landing with guards. That's kind of the concept I would have for a smaller deck, right? If my deck is only like 20 cards, one of the things I might do is pair Crash Landing and guards. But Crash Landing to me conceptually goes into a larger deck, which has a lot of trouble drawing those cards together. How often do I not take the rares? I have not taken the rares in my life, I think, but it's pretty unusual. Generally, I'm trying to work out some way to get some value out of something. How cold is it here? It snowed earlier this week. Like it's pretty much melted though. Okay. There isn't that much that I do with Very Hot Cocoa. The thing that Very Hot Cocoa wants is like for me to have a bunch of card draw. Ideally some of it innate, so that I can use a bunch of energy on turn 1. Or like an ice cream to keep the energy around or something like that. But I just don't have that, really. So I think we can probably choose not to take that one. Golden Compass is kind of cool. It gets you an extra chest in the acts. It gives you an act with 2 extra floors. You get a little bit of extra value that way. That's all cool. However, I think we're going to take Toasty Mittens? Am I gonna run out of cards? I might run out of cards. I'm exhausting 2 cards per turn right now. So if I do that, it does kind of mean that I have to take card rewards more aggressively to actually keep fuel in my deck. Something I don't actually know. Does anybody know if you change how many cards you have which have a star cost, does Crescent Spear's damage go up or down? Isn't Crescent Spear kind of a special case in that it scales with other cards? The damage will change. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, this is another example, right, of a thing. This wants us to have a larger deck. We are going to gain 1 strength every turn. We're also going to exhaust the top card of our draw pile, so we need a large enough deck to not run out of cards entirely. In Slay the Spire 1 it would, but in Slay the Spire 2 all counts exhaust. Okay, people are telling me different things, which is not super unlikely. Strength doesn't help very much in this deck, but it can. This is a very, very powerful effect, and we still have, like, 2/3 of the run left to take anything that hits multiple times, or something like that, right? Might use the energy potion this turn. I don't see much reason to take 19 damage. So instead I will take 8 damage and lose a potion. Stealing my Devastate, I kind of want to keep that. Oh my god, I don't have lethal. Wait, did I gain the strength already? I did already, yeah. So I deal half damage to this. This is 12 and this is 4. It has 17. Kinda unreal. Welcome to Act 2. We got a strength potion. We get Devastate back, assuming we want it. I think we do. I'm going to take another Child of the Stars. Keep scaling up, spending those stars. If we want more card rewards, I think it follows that we want to go to more hallway fights and fewer question marks. By the way, for this act, I'm like targeting at that. I just kind of looked and was like, oh yeah. Survivable, 3 elites. Looks good. That was the entirety of my thinking about the act path, pretty much. You want me to do an under-explain run where I just do a bunch of stuff and say figure it out, dipshits? I've done plenty of those. Got you covered already. This fight is actually very good against me. I'm going to use a power potion here. Because these only take 9 damage every time you hit them. That's actually kind of a catastrophe for my deck. Hidden Cache, I think Tyranny, and just strike this, and with Monarch's Gaze it doesn't hit us anymore. The game is shaping up to be the best game of all time. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2? Hard to believe. Act 2 is kind of beating me up so far. Don't know what's up with this. We found a Glow Plus. It's up against a Celestial Might. This is an example of a card we can take now that we have Middens. But I think we take Glow Plus over it. Probably. I don't know what I meant to do on this shop. Removing a strike's okay. Removing a strike's never terrible. Taking an Astral Pulse, I think, is okay. Could use a little bit of AoE. I don't really have any yet. I've got single target. When you have a lot of single target damage, sometimes you can kind of skip your area of effect damage. You just have so much single target damage that doesn't really matter. But in this spot, I do think I want a little bit of area of effect. It's not the best area of effect card for me. It does spend the stars, though, and I have double Child of the Stars. So it's not like a bad area of effect card for me at all. Yeah, maybe just that one and card remove. Card remove's very strong. If you're trying to work out whether you should card remove or not, I would recommend just trying card removing every time and seeing how it goes. Between strike and defend, I think I'm still just barely going to go strike. It does also scale the Crescent Spears. Yeah, in general, we're going to be prioritizing things that spend stars, right? Tyranny into play our new card. Tyranny, excellent against these copies of Toxic. I feel like this is dead. 9 plus 43. I have to play strike as well. These deal damage, don't lose life. Alright, so... got him. You're welcome, Generic. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I just have lethal here? Oh, well now I have like extra lethal. Star Potion gains 3 stars, could be useful. I could take another Astral Pulse. The first one was okay. We probably have to be careful about not taking too many things that spend stars. But also I kind of want to. I think I will. I feel like mites are an above average holy fight. You always seem to take a lot of damage on them. I think I just took 0, right? The frog! I'm actually going to save my stars. This damage doesn't seem that relevant to the ending the fight. Tyranny is gone, that's kind of ironic. This feels like at any moment I could just lose the entire run. Just like run out of star generation in a fight where I only have star attacks left kind of ideas. I think Convergence here. I could also take a Solar Strike, but I think that being able to hold onto my hand is a valuable effect. And this makes a star already, yeah. And we had a test of exhausting star cards reduces the damage of Crescent Sphere. I'm also offered a Celestial Might again. The tadpole is the small version of the frog. Oh my god. Oh my god, good point. Ouch. Not that much I can do this turn, other than maybe use the strength potion. I guess in order to check that, I would have to actually exhaust a star generating card, or a star spending card, rather. Is this overthink day instead of overexplain day? Maybe. Might be onto something there. Ooh. I'm so close to being able to devastate here. Finish the full block at least. This character does, in theory... A terrible turn, by the way. This character does, in theory, have ways to change what's on top of your draw pile, which could target the exhaust for us. Oh my god, I lost glow. So I've exhausted some star cards. These hit for 35. Is that what they usually hit for? Well, I guess it's weird, right? Because I've got 5 strength. Do I have any star generation left in my deck? I think I might have no star generation left in my entire deck. I've got a Venerate over there. Alright, we're gonna use the star potion. This was interesting. We got a Blessing of the Forge to upgrade all cards in our hand. We got a Vambrace, which makes our first block card block for more. Useful. Orbit's kind of an interesting card. Orbit lets us think about taking other sorts of cards. We can also take a Photon Cut for the Middens combo that I was just talking about. I can put a card on top of my draw pile and then it can get exhausted next turn. Remember that. Okay. So what I'm thinking about here to make this decision, I'm thinking about late game. I'm wondering, like, does this strategy win late game if I just stick to it fairly linearly? I think the answer is yes. You gotta think about, like, who the bosses are, how much they attack for, how much health they have, how long it takes you to kill them, etc, etc, etc. Cool. I think the answer is yes. So because of that, I don't think I have to take Orbit. Orbit would, like, build me into a different kind of strategy. I'd start taking lots of, like, card draw sorts of things a little bit more. But I think I can just take Photon Cut. And then I control what my exhaust is with Middens, which lets me parse my deck down to something a little bit stronger over the course of a fight. I think that's fine. I might die. This is, like, kind of a weird run. In general, if I'm going to rest, I think I want to rest after the chest, not before the chest. As long as I have a good upgrade, which, Tourney is a good upgrade, right? The reason to rest before the chest is if I get, like, a shovel or a Girya or something like that and I want to use my next campfire for something else. But I don't think that stuff outweighs the value of the Tourney upgrade anyway. Wait, is Tourney upgrade bad now because of how many cards I'm exhausting? Maybe it is. What? If I get Pillow? Well, that's why I want to open the chest first, right? I want to rest once and not rest once. If I don't think there's any relic I can make to make the not rest more valuable, because I just want an upgrade anyway, then I might as well rest after the chest, because there are relics I can get which make my rest more valuable. The good upgrades here in my hand are Child of the Stars and Tyranny. These are both quite good. Tent is a shop-only relic. A tent is certainly a relic that affects resting and stuff like that, yeah. Okay, I think eventually I'll want Tyranny upgraded, but I don't think I want it yet. I don't think my deck's large enough for me to be that excited about playing it right now. Great 2 random attacks, Astral Pulse and Strike. Sure, whatever. Not outstanding, but also inoffensive. This is a kind of spooky fight. It just keeps attacking you. Every turn. Boom. It attacks again. Devastate Crescent Sphere is lethal? Oh my god. Devastate Crescent Sphere is one-off lethal. I'm gonna use a Strength Potion, I guess, yeah? That seems like a reasonable Strength Potion to me. Get out of the fight. Start of your turn, add 1 random colorless card into your hand. Okay, I had thought about this kind of idea. Is it good? Maybe. This is a way to make sure that we don't run out of cards. On the other hand, it means filling our deck with colorless cards, and it costs 2 to put it on play. It does kind of combo with Tyranny, letting us exhaust the bad ones. I think I'm down. Let's do it. I'm actually not going to do these elites. I'm only at 50. I want to be healthy for this. My healing is not incredible. Which elite did I fight already? That one. Mr. Bees. I just think, like, you can do a little math here. You can think about which elites these are. There's the Entomancer, Mr. Bees. And there's whatever the AoE one is for Act 2. What's the AoE one for Act 2? Oh my god. I definitely know this. Ah, the Centipede, yeah. Those seem like they hit me pretty hard. Crescent Spear isn't quite one-shotting the Centipede things. I have double Astral Pulse. Oh, yeah. Oh, I kind of want to fight the elites. Double Astral Pulse makes it more appealing. I've got bad potions. The pluralization of that was kind of generous. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. Sometimes you just have to trust yourself. Just have to believe. I've already taken 21 damage. I was wrong. Alright, cool. This is my first block card of the fight, I guess. Since we're retaining, we might as well wait until next turn to, like, play the Astral Pulse and stuff. We can also Falling Star for vulnerable. I think I'd probably kill it next turn. Alright, we got a Cosmic Concoction, which will add 3 upgraded colorless cards into our hand, and we got an Unceasing top. Whenever we have no cards, we draw another card. Meh. I'm actually going to take a Glitter Stream here. It works really well with Vambrace. We want to keep adding cards to our deck. We're also in a situation where a big block card could win us the run right now. We draw it on a turn where we're getting attacked and don't have other good block cards. Here, for example. Although here I think I might just be defending. Kinda tricky. Let's do this and get 8 block next turn as well. Unceasing top will kill the bosses for us? Maybe. Okay, so if I'd known what the enemy was, I probably wouldn't have cared as much about gaining 8 block the next turn. But still, I think we're through the rest of the fight without taking damage, probably. No star generation? That's rough. Well, I can take 6 if I want. Like, spending all of my stars blocks for 15, just with Child of the Stars. Let's do this. No, let's save that for the next fight. Yeah, let's save that for the next fight. Let's take 6 here. We glow. We glow again. We kill. 11 plus 51. Oi! Glimmer works very well with middens, but Present Spear? Another one. It's possible that Glimmer's better there. I don't know. There's only 3 of these? Oh, they're like little babies. What was I worried about? Okay, it's a tricky turn. Equilibrium with Vambrace blocks for enough. And then I could Hidden Gem to try to set up an obscene win off replay on something. But I think I might just Child of the Stars instead. I think that's probably enough. I can decide whether to play Omni Slice or not. It's very appealing to try to hold Omni Slice. I get more strength, and if I can vulnerable the enemy I'm attacking, it also deals more damage. Okay, I didn't know they were weakening me. For some reason I thought they weren't weakening me. Look, we're all learning. Alright, this one has the most strength, and it's attacking me for the most, so I'm going to weaken and vulnerable it. Makes sense to me. We want a Cloak of Stars as well. 25 block, 12, 21, 28. I'm taking 3. That... I think the best I can do is just Convergence and have more energy and another star next turn. Present Spear is gone, but we have a new one. It only deals 27 because I'm weak, right? Just kill the one that's attacking for the most. Blue for more ways to spend stars. I could use the AoE cards that I put in my deck. Let's exhaust to defend next turn, and let's throw a Devastate. I'm gonna draw the Astral Pulses and not be able to play them. Let's throw a Devastate here.
I think I'm pretty likely about to kill this before the other two respawn. Yeah, Crescent Spear plus Venerate does it. Alright, we got a Vajra for 1 strength, and we got a Comet or a Resonance. Those are both pretty fun. I think I might prefer Resonance here. I don't know, Comet's kind of good though. This keeps weak and vulnerable on the enemy for the entire fight, which I'm not currently able to do. I don't really scale off strength. I'm already getting a bunch of strength anyway. We have Comet. And we rest. So, if you're only looking at like the relics from elites, we got Unceasing Top and Vajra, right? Seems terrible. But elites also give you a higher chance of rare cards. So like this rare is in our deck because we fought the elites. When you're thinking about the value of the elite fights, it's easy to overlook. They give you more gold than other floors as well. So we have more money to spend in a shop next act. And we have a rare that we likely wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Do we rest because we need help, or do we rest because existence is tiring and capitalism kind of sucks? Why not both? I think I'm just going to save stars here. My deck definitely... Oh, fuck, vampires. I have lost the run to that. My deck definitely uses more stars than it generates at the moment. We found ourselves a Child of the Stars, which lets us Comet and full block. And I'm going to use Photon Cut, get rid of Defend next turn. Minions did exhaust Tyranny, I noticed that. Don't have to do any thinking about whether to play Tyranny in a longer fight, I guess. Taking some damage, but that's okay. We're about to get eaten. Again, I don't think there's any reason to spend stars here. Like, the damage is cool, but we don't generate enough stars to just be doing that all the time. Devastate's gone. Interesting. Well, we have to get further away, I suppose. Drawing Frantic Escape there is very bad. Must Frantic Escape. Oh, does that mean I'm dead though? For some reason, I just kind of assumed that I would be blocking for enough here. Well, the good news is we get to find out what happens when this eats you. The bad news is I've lost the run. Seemed like a winnable run if I played better. Oh well. Alright, what can we learn from that? I don't think the middens were that good with the Crescent Spear. That's the main thing I am personally taking away from that run. I didn't end up taking stuff that scaled off of middens well. There are a couple of uncommons I was thinking about in particular and didn't get offered them, which is like, that's gonna happen, right? I think probably I get offered one of 2 uncommons in that act, like between 30 and 50% of the time or something, which is not anywhere near 100% of the time. We never found very consistent block either. Maybe try under-explaining instead. That might be better, yeah.
When I've survived, I took 2 question marks instead of the elites. Maybe turn 1 against Mr. Bees was very bad. Not taking the block and star generation card might have been a mistake. Maybe. Taking Devastate over the first Spear result in taking a ton of damage over time. Yes. In that exact way it played out, I agree. Freeze the first row of the spreadsheet for you. Only because you asked so nicely. The Necrobinder! This is the first time I've looked at an Act 1 and thought like, oh, this looks pretty good today. If we get strong enough, we can do triple elite with a campfire lead in. That's pretty cool. And if we're not strong enough, there's still like plenty of stuff we can do in the second half of the act. Even take this path? Yeah, I don't know, that's too many hallways actually. But it does get 2 elites after the first chest. The first 3 hallways you fight are from the easy pool, so like 1, 2, 3. These ones won't deal us too much damage. Even our starter deck can get through those, taking like under 5 damage probably. But then once you get into these, like that's a different deal entirely. Unless our deck's pretty strong, those are going to be dealing us a decent amount of damage already. Isn't Necrominder weak in Act 1? I haven't found her to be. I think her starter deck... Wait, is Necrominder he or her? I don't actually remember. I think Necrominder's starter deck is like very good. Like this plus this is a lot. We summon one at the start of every turn. That's like actually a pretty big deal. I've not found her to be weak in Act 1 at all. Alright, we fight the Ceremonial Beast at the end of the act, Jimothy Crimbus. In terms of whale bonuses here, I have not found the characters to have good upgrades in their starter decks. Like, okay, upgrade a card, but like, do what? Like, I don't know. Like, if I were to upgrade a card, I would upgrade Bodyguard. Summon 5 goes to 7. That's like, okay, but like, I don't know. Upgrading Defect Zap for 1 less energy is pretty good and synergizes with a bunch of stuff because Defect has 0 cost card synergies, right? So that's cool. Upgrading Bash makes it apply 1 more vulnerable, which is kind of a big deal. Upgrading Neutralize makes it apply 1 more weak, which can be kind of a big deal. But Necrobinder and Regent, their upgrades are just like, eh. I guess maybe upgrading for 1 more star could be okay. Maybe I'm underestimating that. I don't know. We can look at our random rare cards and see how we feel about them. But I think for the most part, you know, these are actually really good. I'm looking at these and like every single one of them is very good. Alright, that one's not incredible on floor 0. That one's not incredible on floor 0. It's not even that bad though. You have a lot of ethereal cards in your pool. Eidolon's probably gonna take a while to care about. Transfigure is maybe not that good on floor 0. Sacrifice is fine. Undeath is good. Shared Fate is fine. Seance is good. Oblivion is good, I think. Banshee's Cry isn't good yet, but it becomes good so quickly. Squeeze is pretty good. Okay, Time's Up is bad. Misery's good. Hang's good. Soulstorm is fine. Strike Plus. The Scythe. I'd rather get it on floor 0 than anywhere else. I don't think it's incredible, but okay. Eradicate is fine. Wow. I like all of her rares, pretty much. They're like 2 misses. I was not expecting that. Huh. Maybe try a random rare card. I was going to say I was going to Leafy Poultice. Transform, Strike, and Defend. The unknown rare is from multiplayer, which I haven't played yet. Because you start damaged. When does that happen? Wary Traveler, is that why? I don't think so. I think it's something else. Anyway, at some point you start off damaged when you start the run, which makes the cost of losing max HP not that big a deal. It still is a cost, but it no longer costs you current HP, which means that you don't pay the cost of it until much later. And we've got payoff for getting a good rare as well. We can go to the 3 elite thing. Okay, let's try it. The Scythe? Floor 0? Okay, I think it's important not to get too excited here. I'm pretty sure this card's not very good. But I'm going to be excited anyway, right? Like... Alright, so we go to like all the fights? Okay. Are we trying to over-explain still? We just got a Scythe on floor 0. This is an okay card. It actually... Okay, there are interesting strategic things going on, I guess. It makes it more valuable to go to hallway fights. Which means we want to make a deck which can go to hallway fights. It means that we scale up more and more over time automatically. So like going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we're at a point maybe where we can kill an elite already off our Scythe scaling. It makes lethality really good. Lethality is a power which makes the first attack you play each turn deal more damage. It makes vulnerable better. It makes certain relics like Pendib a little bit exciting. Let's try this path with a bunch of hallway fights. It could also make going to events for enchants better. In theory. Because you can enchant it. There's no floor 0 anymore. That's floor 1. Weird. Okay. Defy is a pretty good card. Every line of text on Defy is pretty good. Ethereal is great because it synergizes with quite a lot of Necrobinder's card pool. Necrobinder has cards which are like discounted every time you play an Ethereal card, or when you play an Ethereal card you block, or something like that. It's also good because it exhausts itself. So if you're going for some sort of late game combo, you just don't play this card and then it's gone, and you can get down to the cards you actually care about. In 6 blocks is great. Weak. The deck can't currently apply weak. Weak is a thing where defensively, if you cannot apply weak yet, it's usually quite good to take ways to apply weak. If you're already able to apply weak, then it isn't necessarily as exciting because weakening enemy twice doesn't make it attack less that turn. But yeah, weak is not only like a useful status to survive right now, but also scales. The more an enemy is attacking you for, the more weak prevents that incoming damage. So once you're in late game getting attacked for 40 or something like that, weak on an enemy blocks for 10, and you can think about this as blocking for 16 for 1 energy at that point, which is a good card. Like, it's just a good card now and a good card throughout the entire game, probably. And in the situations where you're playing a deck where you don't really want it, you don't have to play it. It just exhausts itself. So, lots of reasons to take Defy. Scourge is okay. Getting through elites, it deals some damage. I'm gonna take a good block card, though. Important to keep in mind with this character that you can kind of store block for later turns in Asti. So When this attacks me, the damage it deals past my block is going to go into Asti, which is not currently taking any damage this turn. But I could, if I wanted to, still block anyway. This way Asti's health stays higher, which means that Unleash deals more damage. It also means I have more free health this turn to play around with, so I'm like further away from taking damage still. We found Aerobic Acid. A random attack skill and power into your hand get added. They're free to play this turn. This is a very, very, very good potion. I was talking about how Vulnerable was good with the Scythe. Vulnerable is also good with this potion, because we're guaranteed to have an attack that we can play that will get a little bit more damage. Basically, in this card reward, we have 3 different ways to deal a little bit more damage with our deck. We're going to take one of them, because our deck does need to deal more damage to kill elites, and we're trying to work out which one to take. I don't have anything that combos with Asti attacks yet. I just have the starter card, which makes Asti attack one time, but like it's unlikely that we draw this with that, right? There will be 4 other cards, so 4 out of 13 at the moment. Which isn't that great math. Defile deals 13 for 1, straightforward. Fear deals 7 for 1 and makes it vulnerable. So the question is, how valuable is that vulnerable? Vulnerable is another thing that scales up as you go through the game, and also anything that we can do to make it better right now makes it better. So this gives us an attack guaranteed, that makes it better. The fact that we have a big attack in our deck already makes it better. So I think we take this. It also is a good upgrade. It upgrades to applying 2 vulnerable instead of 1, which is a big deal. Why am I in a shop? I guess the path just had a shop on it. It was a shop or a question mark. Maybe I should have taken the question mark, actually. I don't know. Berry is fun, but we can't really play it. There's a big block card and pull aggro. There's another Defy if we want another Defy. Reeve is a good damage card and builds toward soul synergies, which arguably the strongest thing the character can do. I think I'm just going to card remove. I like removing Strike on this character quite a lot because if you have enough defense to keep Asti healthy, Unleash deals more damage. So it's a character where like getting enough defense turns into damage. I don't know if that's right. I might come back to that like 2 years from now and be like, what the hell was I talking about? But that's how I currently feel about that. Is card remove strong in the short term there as well as long term? Yeah. Yeah, card remove is strong the second that you click on it, and then kind of gets better as the game goes on. Every now and then you're in a spot where like removing a strike is actually bad, especially in Slay the Spire 1. Like removing a strike before fighting Gremlin up was pretty bad sometimes. I guess I had lethal that turn, but also I take 0 damage killing this way. I might take a Putrefy. It's a bit weird to take a Putrefy, given that I can already weaken and vulnerable. But it's not like I can keep weak and vulnerable on enemies. And I have extra value from my vulnerable because of my Scythe scaling up. The other option that I like a lot here is Drain Power for longer fights. That seems like it would matter against the Act 1 boss, and could matter against some Act 1 elites already as well. I could definitely see it. I'm definitely going into the first elite fight pretty happily right now, by the way. This potion alone, I think, makes it appealing. Two new chatters tried to at the same time in the counting game. That's kind of wild. Welcome to the stream. May your experience grow even better than that. I said appealing, so I should go for the apple. Kind of makes sense, yeah. I haven't really played with Drain Power very much. We haven't even talked about Snap. Snap's a really interesting card. Retaining a card is useful, but some of our best cards have Ethereal, and you can't retain these. They will exhaust if they're in your hand at the end of turn. So with this exact start, it doesn't feel like a thing I am really super excited to do. It does add it for the rest of the fight, which is interesting. It's kind of like easy to overlook that. A lot of things do something just for one turn. This adds Retain to a card in your hand for the rest of the fight, which is a long time. Let's go Putrefy. I assume we all know what I'm doing here, right? Is that right? Probably not. I am only allowed... Oh, attacks cost 1 more this turn. Okay. And a read. So I'm going to play a defend over a strike for 9 damage. I'm losing vulnerable, but keeping Osti healthy means that unleash hits more. And I have lethal next turn as long as I strike, and I don't take extra damage because Osti is healthy enough. Goodbye, Vine Shambler. We got a Fortify to triple our block on 1 turn. I think I'm just taking Fetch here. We already have a Fear, and we have the other card that's applying even more vulnerable, so that's kind of fine. Sculpting Strike's a very powerful effect. Add Ethereal to card in your hand. Over the course of a fight, you can get rid of your basics and just get down to your good cards. We don't have any good cards, though. Except for the Scythe, which has Exhaust. Fetch does 2 things. 1, it's a good card right now. It just deals a little bit of damage. That's fine. Awesome. It does 3 things. 2, it maybe opens up some Osti attack synergy stuff. Like maybe I could take a card that makes me block for 4 every time Osti attacks or something like that off the back of Fetch. Maybe. Sure, maybe. The third thing it does, which is actually like kind of the thing I'm most excited about it doing right now, is if I get a clone Ancient Reward, I can clone it and win the run. If you get like 124 copies of this card, you can just play 124 of them or whatever, and then the enemy is dead. So, I like to have one of those in my deck by the end of Act 1, so that I can win off the clone a card, Ancient Events. And I think that makes some amount of sense. Let's Putrefy first. I Unleash, I guess? I've been told it works, but I haven't gotten to do it yet, so maybe I've been lied to. Sometimes people tell me things which are incorrect. I may have just done that to you if I'm wrong. Who knows? Melancholy's like kind of a fun block card. So does okay against the AoE fights, although I think the Scythe is helping a lot in those fights. So also, I don't feel does incredible later. Whereas both of these cards have incredible upside later. Parse our deck down, pair our deck down, sculpt our deck down, I guess, is the right verb there. And this can get to a point where it costs 0 to block for 13 pretty easily, which works really well with any card draw. Just keeps us alive. I think if we're thinking about the boss fight and we're thinking about the turn where there's ringing, we actually like Sculpting Strike more than Melancholy. Getting our deck to a point where it's like performing really nicely, summoning some Osti health for us, stuff like that. To me, is the thing I would want to do for that. Melancholy is more of a card which I'm thinking would be good. 15 floors from now or something like that, which is quite a long time from now. So maybe I'll just take Sculpting Strike. Doesn't Melancholy encourage letting Asti die often? It does, yeah. Which, like, Asti is dying often already, right? That's not a thing I'm having trouble succeeding at. Alright. We will definitely be using at least one potion here. But we're gonna time it with a turn where the enemy is vulnerable. So this turn, probably. Wow, that was a terrible potion. Oh boy! Okay. It's still probably good enough. Not very good, though. We will make Burdonus weak and vulnerable. We will hit it for 45. Then we'll hit it with Hang. We'll put Shroud in play, because there's no reason not to, I guess. And then we'll take 8. Burdonus just keeps scaling up. 10, 10, 12 is not enough, unfortunately. I think I'm probably okay with using this for 8 health. I could have used it for 10 health earlier. Dex Potion Horncleat's a very powerful relic. I like Spur here. Spur seems like a way to beat Ceremonial Beast. Just to make Asti big. I no longer want to fight every elite, unfortunately. That one used my potion and dealt me quite a lot of damage. Feels bad. But the Scythe, it's so big. 34. Oh, and I got a Horncleat? No, I don't think I can. I'm too low. So just go probably this way. I will take a Spur. Can kind of think of this as a block 8 with Retain a little bit. There are other reasons that it's good. How do we beat the statue? Auracalcum. That helps a lot with turn 1. This deals like half of its health, and then we deal the rest of the damage with Strike or something. Why not question over minion combat? Every combat I go to, Scythe gets 4 more damage. Auracalcum's really good with Asti too, because we can make Asti bigger. And still block with Auracalcum. Would I like to remove Exhaust from the Scythe? I mean, that sounds fun. Sounds sweet to me. So here, because of Auracalcum, we don't take any damage despite being attacked for 10. Again, no damage. Because of Auracalcum. We take another fetch. It seems reasonable? I don't know. Sure. The other cards didn't seem very exciting to me. We're gonna rest to stay alive while our Scythe scales for us. Yeah, Auracalcum's like a run-winning kind of level strength relic. It's very good here. Sikkim is kind of interesting. Asti deals 5 damage whenever Asti hits this enemy. This turn, summon 2. I don't think I'm taking it. It's kind of interesting. Pull from below is an interesting one. I do have some ethereal cards, right? 1, 2. I can make other ethereal cards. That's exhaust. That's exhaust. So I only have 2. It feels like pull from below is a nice way to get the damage in the long fights worked out. Like I have Scythe, which is the damage in the short fights, and then pull from below can be the damage in the long fights. That's how I kill the statue. Maybe use Potion of Doom there, actually. I don't know, I should have looked at if I'm reasonably killing it this turn. Alright, could have been an awkward fight if I hadn't drawn Vulnerable before Scythe. But I did. Oh my god, I have 3 fetches? There's not much downside to adding the card to your deck, really. The Ringing turn against Ceremonial Beast could actually be kind of bad. I'm gonna use a Power Potion for the Ceremonial Beast fight, I guess. We're trying to make fetch happen. Mr. Bees is a downside? I guess that's true. I should have... That was a mistake. I should have made Strike Ethereal and then played it, so that my deal extra damage for every Ethereal card that you've played this combat card dealt more damage. Don't think I'm going to be punished for that mistake, though. The internet is full of people claiming you can't double fetch who are now losing their minds, I assume. Holy shit! I watched a Jorbs stream, you can double fetch! Good shit. There's a Drain Power on offer again. Could be kind of cool. I have a lot of health. So I'm going to upgrade something. My good upgrades are... Pull from below might actually be my best upgrade. Could be Putrefy as well. Could be Defy or Fear. I'm okay with skipping these. You could take a Scourge here just as a card that draws a card if you wanted to abuse the character's like late game infinite potential. Definitely a thing that might be worth doing. I'm just not gonna. You could take a Drain Power for scaling your deck for a boss fight. We are about to play a boss fight. The problem is it's just a bad card for the first like 4 or 5 turns of a fight, yeah? And if you pay attention to fights in this game, a lot of them are over by the end of 4 or 5 turns. So, or like toward the end of the act, we have gotten a lot of stuff in our deck. Don't necessarily have to be taking so-so commons. Alright, so we want to play ethereal cards. That's an ethereal card. This is now an ethereal card, and I'm going to play it instead of letting it exhaust. The Ceremonial Beast is here. I'm going to weaken it. Hit it a bit. So, spot where there's a lot of upside to not playing any block cards because our Calcum goes this way. The Scythe shuffled quite poorly for me here. Does it get this to show that it's really close to splitting? What's going on with that? I don't understand. I think I'm going to save the Scythe for the second part of the fight. That makes sense to me. Second part of the fight, it gives you an SD debuff where you can only play one card in a turn. And maybe that card could be the Scythe. From Blow's kind of going off. What I was saying is it seems like maybe the animation that drew the circle around the base of it might be slightly offset from when it stuns to alert you that you're close. That's what I was saying. I did miss the Ethereal Strike. I think that's okay, though. We are ringing! We're only allowed one card this turn. Maybe this one? Our Calcum is very, very strong on this character. As always, we respect our enemy when fighting the ceremonial beast. And respectful bow. Alright. That is empty. This one is my drink. I didn't need to heal. I did rest before picking up our Calcum, right? No, I rested after picking up our Calcum. Maybe I was wrong. This is Fruit Crunch Gatorade, yeah. It has a lot of sugar in it. Neurosurge looks very good. I can't think of why I wouldn't take a Neurosurge here. One of the, like, kind of true things about Slay the Spire is that as you get further into a run, getting more energy and more card draw can be very powerful, but that it's kind of awkward to get one or the other first. If you take cards which generate energy, but then you don't have any cards in your hand to spend them on, it's kind of terrible. And if you take cards which draw cards, but then you can't actually spend any energy on the cards you've drawn because you don't have any energy generation, that's also kind of bad. So, in order to build a late game deck which has a lot of energy gain and card draw, you need at some point to like kind of suck it up and take a bad card, or you can just find cards which do both. And that's one of the reasons that Neurosurge is so strong. It's also just strong on its merits, but in the greater context of the game, it's very strong as well to have a card which both gains energy and draws cards. Adrenaline offering. Other characters have cards like this as well. The downside isn't too big a deal. We can usually end fights before this is threatening at all, unless we're at very low health. But I think especially with a Neurosurge, there's not much reason to think that we will be at low health. Scythe is at 54. This is an act where it feels like I should fight as many elites as I possibly can. Something like that. Can also go this way, obviously. There's no way to get 3 elites off this one. I kind of miss swing boots. I wonder if they exist somewhere in the game. That was a really cool relic. Start of your turn, spend 5 gold to gain energy. Oh man, I kind of hate all of these. I have to take an energy relic? Ugh. Well, I don't really want Seal of Gold. I would like to be able to spend my gold on making my deck stronger. Just having an extra energy every turn does make your deck stronger. I think what I'm going to do here is just take 4 energy at the start of turn 1. I don't think I am likely to need too much help in Act 2. With Pull from Below and the Scythe, like, that should have me covered, I hope. There are ways to make this valuable. There are a lot of relics which, like, draw you more cards on turn 1, things like that. I guess I kind of want to play Spur next turn. It's worth more health that way. Putrefy. Nope. We don't need to take many upgraded commons at this point in the run. I think I will have my Putrefy back, please. My Scythe build has been countered. Do I have any comment on balance of taking events versus combats? Not really? I think one observation is that it's very easy to underestimate the value of card rewards when you're relatively new to the game. And one of the main things that combats give you is card rewards. Let's take a Parse. This works nicely with the Pull from Below that I'm trying to scale. It's an ethereal card. It also works very nicely with Very Hot Cocoa if I'm able to draw it in my opening hand. And maybe later it combos with something else. There's a Pen Nib. Ooh, there's a Pen Nib. We are now torn between 2 options. Yeah, Page Storm is very good here. I have a lot of ethereal cards in my deck, so this draws me a lot of cards. I can also make more ethereal cards, like I can Sculpting Strike other things to be ethereal cards over the course of a longer fight. I can make all of my fetches ethereal kind of idea. That seems very strong. However, if I buy it, I can't afford Pen Nib. Oh my god, there's also Punch Dagger? Wait, that's also really good. Because this applies to all of the times that Pull from Below hits. So you go like 7 times 2 the first time, and then the second time you played it would be 12 times 5, and then the third time you played it would be 17 times 8 or something. That scales very quickly, doesn't it? But I only get to buy one of these 3 things. Page Storm costs a lot less than the other ones. I could take a Purity and Scrawl. That would be a very different thing.
Could definitely take another parse. I want to do this one. It just seems fun. Oh! Exploration versus exploitation. Concepts with Jorbs. When you are playing a game, two ways you can play. This is like a machine learning kind of concept. You can play exploitatively in the game, which means just trying to make the play that you think wins the most every single time. This is likely to be the way that you will get like the highest win rate you can get, right? Sure. Good way to play. Or you can play exploratively in the game. That means often clicking on things which you think might be good, but you're not really sure. You might think that they have lower chance to win than the thing you'd click on usually, but you're not that sure about exactly how good they are, so you click on them anyway to find out. You can think about that when you're playing your runs. You don't have to do the thing that you think will win the most every time. It's worth it to click on things you think are a little bit worse than that sometimes, just to get more experience using them. This is a thing where, like, I have a chance to try it. I'm not sure how often I'm going to get a chance to try this exact thing. Probably not that often. It seems like a great option. Great opportunity to find out how good it is. We can buy another parse. Probably I want to do that. It seems kind of hard not to take parse when it exhausts itself in the fights which it's bad in, and I have 7 energy on turn 1. Like, it's so good to draw it on turn 1, right? Oh, oh, oh. Oh boy. Alright, goodbye. The next ethereal card you play costs 0. Alright, does this just like go infinite somehow but with itself off Sculpting Strike? Surely it does, right? I personally pivot completely away from exploratory plays when going for high win streaks. There was a time when I did like 5 years ago, but then I stopped. Yeah, for reasons. Alright. I tend to try to do things that seem like they're fun in the game a lot these days. You were scared to play Neurosurge? Too scared to play Neurosurge? Yeah. Yeah, this deck can end fights pretty quick. Veil Piercer buff persists across turns. The Sculpting Strike buff, in quotation marks, persists across turns if the card's still in your deck. I want to try out a Veil Piercer too. It does kind of feel like we're getting to a point where we have more stuff than we actually need, but I don't know. Still fun. I've fought these twice now. It doesn't seem like a very good fight for me. I might use a potion here. Not sure that's right. What does Doompot do? 33 Doom. Deal 66 /9. Oh, I should have. Well, I guess I wanted to see what I was drawing before I committed to. I don't know. I don't know. This is all fine. No ethereal cards here. Your last Necromiter win was 1 turn from death from Neurosurge. both the Act 2 and Act 3 fights. That's kind of awesome. That's kind of fun. I want to take a cleanse here, because that's a card from a draw pile. I think we're getting into the, like, taking things which make me infinite is sensible kind of territory, with double parse, Neurosurge, a Veil Piercer to make things free. Maybe make itself free. I don't know. I had said I was going to the campfire, but I'm at 56 health still. Do I have a good upgrade? Like, really? Got some okay ones. I think maybe we just go to the question mark. Oh my. Mr. Bees. Okay. Melancholy's back? We're much closer to the part of the run where Melancholy might be a sensible thing to be taking. Decent and longer fights, yeah. Are there longer fights? How much health do the bosses have? Oh, maybe I should have taken the Penib. Regrets. I don't think I'm taking a Melancholy. I think deck can go burr. Is Negative Pulse a strong card in a Doom build? It's a common. Most commons are just commons. Debilitate was a better Penib. We can still get a Debilitate, potentially. We won't be able to get Penib again. I don't think I agree that it was better either. Please? Shoot. Pretty bad turn one. Use a power potion here. Neurosurge or Reaper form. I think Reaper form. And 28. Wait. Kinda don't want to play the Scythe. It's bad. Yeah, Doom doesn't do incredibly in this fight. It's not a very good fight for me. I just hit this again. Like a billion damage. I got a campfire? I got a campfire. funny. Oh my god, it's not done. Ah! Please? Like the big attack cards though? You just potioned it? Yeah, I don't think we take much more damage here. And it's a very good potion because we can pair it with Reaper, right? Look at this thing scaling. Holy. Those are big numbers. Oh my god, it's still not done. Yay! I'm at 21 Doom. Duplication motion's very strong. Mercury Hourglass would have helped a lot in that fight. Oh, I found a Lethality Plus. Ooh. So Lethality Plus is worse with Fetch, but is kind of strong with Pull from Below on the Scythe. Here's the thing. I kind of want Banshee Scry. We've got single target damage worked out, and we've got scaling damage worked out, but we don't actually have a great way to deal AoE damage, as I believe I just demonstrated. I'm very good at playing ethereal cards to discount this. Maybe I'm not as good as I think. Yeah, I'm just going to take Lethality, actually. Lethality is pretty good here. Lethality is also an ethereal card, so it stacks up the What's It Whoozle by itself. The What's It Whoozle. Very scientific terminology there. So this stuns itself when it hits my shield. So with 16 shield, it isn't actually that threatening anymore. You want a Sculpting, a Strike maybe, and then Veil Piercer at the end of the turn. So now next turn, our first ethereal card will be free. There's no cost to playing this. I think the Hot Cocoa's looking good. Yeah, it gets good pretty consistently, I think. Good fun. Wait, where's the rest of my energy? I can run out of energy? That's upsetting. Retain your hand for 2 turns. Eh. Next turn, summon 2 and gain 2 energy. This is a way to make my scaling a little bit stronger. Lets me like play my parses a little bit more. I think probably I'm okay without it. It is just a common. Sikkim with triple fetch. still doesn't feel worth it to me, which is kind of wild. Stable serum. I don't think I care about stable serum. Is that the first time I've seen the killed the beetle in one hit? Maybe. Maybe. I can't remember a different time, but would have happened. Samad Shizura. Wow. Made me work for it. Another Defy. I think no. Just want to draw pull from below more frequently and now don't really need to take more cards to make it stronger or whatever. One the Scythe, please. Grave Warden is another common, but this one kind of does something. I might take this and upgrade it, actually. I don't have any souls yet, and if I'm trying to spam through my deck, soul is a pretty big thing to be able to have. On the other hand, it doesn't work great with our Calcum. I'll just skip it. One doom in 1 week, don't care. Bone shards, don't care. I think I'm strong enough that I get to skip some pretty strong cards at this point in the run. One ethereal card. Let's cleanse actually now. 2 ethereal cards. Three ethereal cards. Grudge match, true. Corrupted makes it deal 50% more damage, but I take 2 damage when I play it. I will be avoiding this worm thing. I've been hurt before. Goodbye. We could probably skip these. Call of the Void is like, I guess, an idea. Reanimate's kind of an idea, just a big block card, basically. Yeah, I think we just want to be faster at the thing we're doing, which is very strong, so we get to skip pretty aggressively once we have a strong deck later on in the game. We're fighting the Collector and the Experiment thing. Could take 4 elites. This one gives you some pretty good campfire effects sometimes. Those don't look like incredible campfire effects. Sai, unfortunately, doesn't work with our Calcum very well, so I don't think we're taking that one. Tanks' Whistle lets us stun an enemy. That's okay. I think I just want a Warhammer.
Upgrade 4 random cards whenever we kill an elite. We can upgrade like the majority of the deck that way. But they're not negligible upgrades, they matter. Four elites. Different ways to do it. My path doesn't have a shop on it, which is too bad. You have a lot of gold. But given that the elite fights also give 4 upgrades, I think that's fine. Not a great turn 1. Just gonna use the Potion of Binding to save some health. Should play Cleanse first. Are events good here, considering lots of skips already? Are you asking if I should go to events or if I shouldn't go to events? Every time I fight a Holy Fight, my Reaper gets 6 more damage on it, right? This doesn't one-shot a boss yet, but like it's actually kind of close to one-shotting a boss. So that is the value of going, these are just commons, going to Holy Fights. We could get Foul Potions to take the Merchant, but I'm not going to the Merchant anyway. Gambler's Brew seems good for our turn 1 when we have a bunch of energy. Sometimes we won't actually draw things to do with that energy. Gambler's Brew can help. Ascension 10 makes it the extra bosses. I should have played Cleanse first again. I'm very bad at playing Cleanse first. Wait, maybe I shouldn't have. No, I should have. Wait, maybe I shouldn't have. Well, I don't know. Because if you draw... If you draw the thing that draws more cards, Arse, then you kind of need the energy, right? Feels like I've drawn very poorly. Gonna take 0 damage in the fight though. Well, that's not true. I'm gonna take 2 damage in the fight from playing the Scythe. These are unupgraded commons. Just 10 Ascensions at the moment, yeah. What was the question? Oh, I think we're talking about the Necro Surge thing. The Necromancy. Yeah. I don't have any strength. Yay! Pull from below is kind of going hard. Found a borrowed time. So this is one of Necrobinder's most controversial cards right now. Should this be in the game? Maybe the answer is no. I think I should take it, probably. Maybe I won't, though. Instead of taking it, I could take Severance and have a bunch of souls. Severance makes 3 cards you have to draw. Itself, the one in the draw pile and the one in the discard pile. But net draws you 6 cards. So it draws 3 while dealing damage. That's not even that good. Let's just take Borrowed Time then. Oh well. Targeted upgrades, or just rests. I think at least 1 targeted upgrade. Severance is very good, but the downside is the Apple TV subscription. Somebody doesn't know about pirating things. This is a tricky elite fight, and we have to make sure that we think really long and hard about what we're gonna do to survive like the later turns. Okay. I don't think I want these. Let's cleanse now. Get rid of, I think, a strike this time. Let's use a strength potion in this fight. I don't know. Presumably when I draw the scythe I win, but... who knows how long that takes. Alright, my deck's all upgrading. We got a Jorget. Love to Jorget. We found a Dirge Plus to go with Borrowed Time. So one of the things that helps a lot when you are trying to work out, like, should I go for one particular build right from the start and try to force something, that kind of idea, is learning which parts of the character's late game you can use to put together, like, 2 cards, which you can just take later on the run. Borrowed Time and Dirge is just infinite energy and infinite card draw. So, these 2 cards together certainly do that. Also infinite summon, I suppose, if you want that. It's a good card to draw on turn 1, for sure, when we have a ton of energy. There's very little reason not to take it, so I'm going to take it. Let's get a rest in. A little bit low on health. Who do I even want to kill here? We have to pick one of them to die. There's no way this works, right? You can't Sculpting Strike this and then make it cost 0? Because it costs X? That's not allowed, right? This making things ethereal is pretty good. I think I'm gonna kill this while healing all my other damage to the Magi Knight. Alright. Should be hard for me to lose from here. It's actually good that all of these cards exhaust. Oh my god. Okay. What's a big hat? At the start of each combat, add 2 random ethereal cards into your hand. Whoa! I don't think I've ever had this before. Cool. I take another pull from below. It's going to be very depressing compared to the one I have that's upgraded and enchanted, though. I have a hat. It gave me Parse. It's pretty good with this much energy turn 1. This enemy deals us damage when we play powers. I don't have a block card, though. Can I kill it right now? I'm gonna play a Neurosurge, I think. Seems like I've got enough stuff to spend this energy on. I can kill it right now. My relic blocked the damage. Nice. This one again. Man. Maybe I should potion here, actually. I'm gonna. Why are we holding a 20 damage potion instead of taking a power potion here? Brain off, run over? Is this the answer? Maybe it'll turn out that is untrue. Whoops. That wasn't a very good play. It's probably a thing you get better at as you play, like judging when something is won enough that you can just kind of do whatever and win the rest of the way. Defend was 16 block there. I had a Vambrace, very true. I take a Devour Life for even more dirge scaling. I don't think I need to. I'm resting at the campfire anyway, right? So taking damage in the fight doesn't do anything. I guess I could upgrade like a Fear or a Bodyguard or something. Could I upgrade this? Ooh, I could upgrade this. Ooh. It's an interesting upgrade, actually. Seems like the elites in this game appear in a cycle of 3. Yes! Oh, that's a good thing to note. If you have fought 2 of the elites in the act, then the 3rd one is always going to be the next one. Can I briefly describe what the new relics are and what they do? So when I get them, they show up like the screen shows you, if you read the screen. With the goal being that if you want to know everything, but I want to get the run finished quickly, both of us get to be happy. Is Devour Life worth drawing? Yeah, probably not. See? You can find out what the last relic I picked up did, just by paying attention there. I have a Seance? Whew. Oh boy. Alright, that's gonna be pretty good in this fight. I think I want to kill this, right? Isn't it just gonna die? I one-shot it with lethality? Seems like I would be able to. Okay, so I guess we should talk about piloting a boss fight, maybe. My goal here is to remove the bad cards from my deck using Cleanse and Seance. Get to a point where I only have the good cards left, and then I'm going to win. Very easily, probably. That's the big plan. I might even win before that happens, I don't know. This is not the most interesting boss fight in terms of, like, complex piloting. I don't have lethality in play yet, right? I could putrefy and hit it for 200 and something. I could just kill this one. I use a soul here. It's like anytime I have the chance to remove a card from my deck for the rest of the fight, I'm going to be pretty excited about doing it here. I'll say happen to be cards which draw more cards, in which case I'm somewhat excited about keeping them. Stud. Let's like Sculpting Strike our Spur? Get rid of that. Transform a Defend. This is the second time playing Fetch this turn, apparently. You must be dead the next time I draw my card that scales off Ethereal. Yep. Could have considered not reshuffling. But why? Same thing in this fight. This is an interesting fight because, like, the more that you improve your deck in phase 1, the easier phase 2 is, kinda. And then the same for phase 2 to phase 3. So you could even be in a situation where you wanted to delay the end of the fight, in theory, in order to, like, transform another strike into a soul kind of thing before you were fighting the last phase of the boss. This phase of the boss does get stronger every time I play a skill. Which is a little bit spooky, but also it's dead, I think. I don't know. I don't feel like taking damage. Is it normal to fail on Act 1 constantly? I die more in Act 1 than in any other act right now. Looks like it hits for 201. Kind of a lot. This is a spot where I could deliberately spend longer ending this part of the fight if I wanted. Which phase of this fight is most dangerous? Probably the first one, to be honest. This is my first block card I've played. I feel kind of bad for the enemy. Is 18 times 11 a bit? Some of the Act 1 elites are brutal, taking a few damage commons and a fire pot does not kill elites in this game like it did in Slay the Spire 1. You do need like a little bit more sometimes for sure. I do think that we're gonna get better at understanding like which things are the ones that do kill the elites. Like probably part of it is that we're killing them, we're trying to kill them with the wrong potions and the wrong damage commons kind of thing. GG. Alright, that's my first time trying to explain what I'm doing where I haven't died, like, catastrophically, so that was refreshing. We got an actual run-in. Also, it was kind of an interesting Necrobinder run, like it wasn't just some sort of infinite spam. That's cool. We were getting close to infinite spam toward the end, but the deck was strong enough that we just won anyway. Look at the card rewards here, right? First, like, third of the run I'm never skipping-ish, and then the second half of the run I'm almost always skipping, because my deck is at a point where it's got stuff worked out. That's a pretty common pattern that you're going to see in strong runs. The stronger your deck gets, the harder it is to justify putting, like, the average card that you're going to see in a card reward into it. We have reached floor 50. At Ascension 10, got the scythe from the whale, and it went off. Also, ethereal synergies a little bit. That is a mod I wrote. So I'm not counting any card metrics. No. Yeah, I have to do the card trail, like Solitaire, that's like on my to-do list. I have been streaming 8 hours a day for the last 11 days straight, so my time spent on mod development is somewhat limited, right? You let the random rare card starts in Slay the Spire 2 so far. Yeah, it was like kind of... I had never looked at Necrobinder's rare pool just as a like, is this good from whale or not exercise. I was really surprised at how many of them are good from whale. I don't think that's true on the other characters. Like, kinda bad, kinda bad. Okay, a lot of these are pretty good. Actually, Primal Force is kind of only good from the whale. Interesting. Ironclad's got some good ones. Ironclad's probably got enough that you can take random rare and feel okay about it. I think Silent, we looked and it's like half of these are kind of bad from whale. Silent might be the worst character for it. Regent? Is it good to get 7 stars from the whale or bad? I don't know. This is a cool card. I think Regent might be like middling-ish. I don't know if those are good. Necrobinder though, there are just a lot of these that seemed really good from whale. And like the Scythe, for example, is kind of only good from whale, which is interesting. Defect. Getting a flak cannon from whale would be really cool. I haven't gotten to play a flak cannon run yet. They seem okay. I think yeah, I could see myself taking random rare on defect. All of these, like, you can do something with them. Signal boost might be the worst one. Because you have no power. Like, it's not that easy to get a power either. It's not that many cards and none of them are common, so... And also some of them are just going to be bad to take by themselves, like Subroutine, like Storm. Are you going to put those in your deck for so you can play 2 of them? I don't know, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Is that a run where you got Signal Boost from random rare and nothing in the early shop? Yeah, exactly. That seems like a thing that could happen. Alright.
Not personally into the 2 extra starter cards for 2 random relics from the whale. Thanks, Rune. Alright. Defect. Ooh, we could try the greed start. Alright, so these are our whale bonuses. I like to have them in my head while I look at the map. We got triple elite there, but no like campfires, so it's a bit dangerous. Although we have this off-ramp to it, which is okay. Gotta rest. There's also this path, which also gets 3 elites, but more spread out. I think Defect's pretty good at elite fighting. I think lightning orbs do pretty well. I think that's more true in this Act 1 than the other Act 1 as well. In the other Act 1, there's the tentacles fight where there are 4 of them and they get a shield when you attack them, and lightning orbs are so bad in that fight. But against the regular AoE fight, lightning orbs are fine. They're not like awesome, but they're fine. And against the other elite fights in this act, lightning orbs are quite good too. So I think we can plan on 3 elites. Whether we want to go left or right to do that, we'll have to see what we get. I just said I'd take a random rare card from Whale as defect, didn't I? Maybe I should do that. Don't lightning orbs not proc the shield? Yeah, but you have attacks as well, right? So you like attack one of them, and then it has a shield, and then your lightning orb goes and hits the shield. Elites are very worth doing, yeah. Remove a card from your deck. Obtain a random rare card. See, 133 gold. It's a lot of gold. Probably want to like just to go to 2 shops for your act path or something like that to do this. Maybe. I don't know. Let's try that random rare. We got a rainbow. That's fine. Nothing super wrong with a rainbow. Does it make me want to go right or left more? Kind of makes me want to go right more. Because I think it makes me stronger. If I'm stronger, I can delay my shop longer. To have more gold for it, get more sweet stuff. If I go left, I don't get a shop this act. I also go here, which is allowed. I think right's just a better path. We want 3 fights before the elite so we can get our easy hallway fights, but that would be a hard hallway fight. The 4th one's hard. Rainbow with the new different orbs skill. The one that gives focus, or? I'm not 100% sure what you mean. Kind of wanted to dual cast on my Frost Orb this turn. Glass Orb seems sweet. There's a 1 in 3 chance if I play double defend that Lightning Orb hits this and I only take 1 damage. Whereas if I play strike here, defend 7 versus 13, I take 6 damage. So I'm 7, 12, 6, 6. There's a 1/3 chance that I save 5 damage, but I leave this alive. I think that's actually fine. Oh, I'm lucky. Yeah, I think as we go later in this fight, I'm actually doing all right. Although maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. It's hard for me to channel this Dark Orb, isn't it? Okay. Zero cost stuff. I've had zero cost stuff go off. I think it's very awkward to build though. So we desperately need an orb channeling charge so that we can get our dark orb to evoke ever. That will be the biggest improvement that we can get out of these card rewards. Those don't do that. Boot sequence is interesting. There are some fights where drawing a defensive card in your turn 1 hand is actually very bad at the moment in this act. Hotfix is like fine. I'll take this. I'm not sure whether it's good or not. I guess actually having Rainbow gives me more chance of being able to spend 3 energy on useful stuff on turns where I don't have to defend. Hotfix is very strong. I don't think it's currently very good. Alright, Tempest. There we go. So let's just channel our Dark Orb. The reason I don't think it's very good right now is that my deck is completely reliant on evoking a Dark Orb. And instead of making that easier, it makes it harder. By adding another card to my deck that doesn't achieve that. Barrage with a strength potion, probably good enough, yeah. It's interesting, like, Guncop, if you don't care about the slimed can be beneficial even for defect. It's kind of like a barrage without needing your orbs to be channeled. I don't know. I'll take a barrage. A little bit more damage. Good sequence. Very good this turn. Sorry. Was this a fight? Ah, so I'm getting a hard hallway fight. Okay. I missed that it happened. Yeah, it definitely deals me some damage. Lightning orbs just deal so much damage, though, that Defect doesn't take as much damage from bad hallway fights as other characters do. Because the enemies just die eventually, right? Hey, Picars. Oh, I forgot to upgrade my title. Trying to get to 100 Ascension 10 wins. I will never beat the game in this balanced iteration 100% of the time. I'll never do anything 100% of the time. People underestimate how big a number 100% is. That means you're not allowed to, like, I don't know. Actuarial tables prevent me from having a 100% win rate in Slay the Spire. At the moment, this hits me for, or hits them for 16. Uproar seems insanely bad. Why? 16 for 2 is pretty good, no? Here, we'll take it. We'll take it and check it out. Best upgrade. Honestly, Rainbow upgrade is not bad. It's a way to make sure my Dark Orb actually channels. Tempest upgrade is quite good. Zap upgrade is quite good. I seem like I have some more expensive stuff, so I think I'll go with the Zap upgrade. Just like, Zap upgrade is kind of like Tempest upgrade, in that both of them let you channel one more Lightning Orb than you otherwise might be able to. Sort of. Sort of. This boot sequence has been very good. Okay. I like the boot sequence pickup. It's like saved me 10 health every time I've drawn it or something, just about. There was one fight where it was bad. Right. Probably we do have to channel this Dark Orb to finish killing the enemy.
18, 26 plus 9. Yo. Yeah. It's kind of beautiful. Alright, cool. Null to get some weak on the enemies is kind of vaguely interesting. It's also a 2-cost attack. With an uproar, taking the higher cost attacks starts to be a little bit valuable. And I kind of just like anything that channels an orb in Act 1 on defect. Especially with a barrage. This barrage is kind of bad here, huh? An achievement for having Null and Void in your hand? Maybe. Maybe there is. Possible. I was meant to play Zap at a different time there. Okay, I can weaken it, or I can... Oh, this channels a dark as well. Look at that! What a cool turn. Sweet. Heart of Iron's a very good potion. Gains 7 plating. We could take another barrage. I think we're good. I think we're good. Gotta put the brakes on putting commons into the deck at some point. I don't think I want a leap. Effect actually kind of wants a leap in its starter deck, but we're gonna get to remove a strike there, probably. We've got weak, we've got a frost orb. We'll just look for a better block card than that. Dark orb. Yet no light orb. So true. Orichalcum, very strong. Quite good on defect because frost orbs benefit from it. This is not a good fight for us, I don't think. Dual cast or not dual cast? Kind of tricky. I'm gonna guess no because I have Barrage, but it might be yes. Barrage also deals extra damage, right? That's a turn you could spend like 5 hours analyzing, to be honest. Barrage deals extra damage from the slow debuff that this has. Alright, so either Barrage or Null is pretty good off Uproar here. I think we defend and do this. And we grab our plating. Boot sequence, excellent again. This boot sequence has been going off. This is another very difficult turn. I guess it's just Barrage Tempest. I don't know. I could have played defense. Maybe that wasn't a very difficult turn, actually. In retrospect, that seemed pretty straightforward. Alright, the statue's dead. We got a Jorget. I now block for 10 on turn 1 without having to do anything. That kind of makes boot sequence worse, doesn't it? Orichalcum would have blocked for more. Well, didn't I have to, like, evoke the Frost Orb, though? I don't know. I may have played a defend when I shouldn't have there. Very possible. Hologram is a powerful card. Hologram does particularly well with boot sequence as well. You start to pick up, like, lots of little ways that cards interact with other cards favorably. Boot sequence can be a bad card if we don't want to play it on turn 1, but if we throw a hologram into our deck, all of a sudden it starts being good again, because now our hologram can block for 13 for 1. If boot sequence happens to be in our discard pile. Hologram's also going to be good with, I don't know, something else. Sometimes, maybe. Do I ever feel like 1-cost zap is a liability late in runs? I don't think it's great. Well, this is kind of cool. I had been planning to remove a strike probably in this, but Ghost Seed is a very powerful relic. Strikes and defends gain ethereal. So now I can deal with my basics by just not playing them. And it seems extra good with Orichalcum and Jorget. That's pronounced Gorget, actually, but I pronounced it wrong. Sorry. This is like an over-explain run, so I'll explain it. Yeah. Let's do this one. Okay, I could take another hologram. I think I'm okay. What are you now? Upgrade a barrage? Whoa, null plus is kind of a sweet upgrade. Could upgrade dual cast. Could upgrade rainbow, and it's like kind of okay. Could rest. I shouldn't need to rest. Let's upgrade a barrage and expect that we can do some stuff with that later on in the game. You thought it was pronounced GURJ? Sorry, that just made me viscerally ill. Do I want to play the strike? I guess I want to play the strike. Blocking for an 9 without having to play a block card, kinda strong in Act 1. Also, not that bad in the other acts, for what it's worth. White Noise is a power card. One of the ways to completely bust this run would be to take subroutines. You can get multiple subroutines in your deck. It's kind of terrifying. Interesting that they used to have a power that let you draw cards whenever you played a power, and now they have a power that gains you energy whenever you play a power. That's interesting, right? I think that's interesting. Even one subroutine is kind of absurd. Yeah. With literally no other powers, I feel like it's a little sus to take it. Power draws a relic now. Let's take a naked subroutine. This is something you can't really do unless you're ahead. If you're ahead, you get to sometimes make bad plays. This isn't necessarily bad. It's like an optimistic play. Speculative. Sure. Take a temporary curse in hope of a payoff later, yeah. I would not generally recommend doing this. Oh, nice. Saved a little bit of health there. We're gonna have a lot of infections because all of our basics are ethereal, so they've been exhausting. These are the exploratory plays I was talking about. Actually not. No, this doesn't quite interact with that, I wouldn't say. You don't think that card's good? Seems pretty good to me. We got an Akabeko. So now our barrage can potentially hit very hard. It's the main thing that we do with that. I'm going to take a loop, I think. I want a hailstorm. I'm not very good at having frost is the thing. I only get it from rainbow. So I think we take loop. And loop is well worth upgrading. Defect has this thing where a lot of the cards in the game, just in general, don't have very good upgrades, but Defect's powers often double their effect on upgrade, which when you compare it to the other upgrades in the game, like, wow. So, time to like loop a Dark Orb to kill this boss. Like, we could play a strike for some damage, but instead, what if I just let it exhaust, yeah? Yeah, Uproar's pretty good with Akabeko, I agree. Akabeko does okay. Trying to work out if I want to use my boot sequence this turn. Seems fine, right? I don't think I'm really in a hurry to kill the enemy. My Dark Orbs stacking up as we play these turns. Except I'm about to play Rainbow, which will then remove my Dark Orb, but, you know. $24 though? Yeah, but like, I've got these absolutely obscene block relics all over the place, so it's actually kind of fine. And now I have a 6-card deck, so there's that. I'm just gonna get rid of Tempest, I think, so I can guarantee draw a dual cast. Oh, apparently it's actually... it was a 7-card deck. My bad. That one, this one, dual cast kills next turn. How do we make infinite out of this? A little bit of card draw and a little bit of energy generation, basically. Tempest doesn't exhaust anymore. Whoa, I had no idea. Okay, cool, good to know. I'm being offered Flak Cannon, but I don't have anything to do with it. I think we go super critical, and we just combine that with Tempest, basically. Defect balances feeling good and feeling broken. My cat has arrived to politely ask for his dinner. Isn't he cute? Oh my gosh, he's cute. It's not his dinner time yet, but he's very cute. Super critical makes a lot of energy. So. Black Cannon fun against Mr. Bees. Good point. Hey, Sumbabella. I don't actually know if I can do this. At some point, my, like, 10 passive block per turn is going to stop making me invincible. What you got? So Pale's Eye is pretty good. This is a way to exhaust even more of my deck. To end up at some sort of infinite kind of thing. This is made worse by... Gorget a little bit. I don't know. Might go for Tooth. Energy at the start of my 3rd turn, who cares? Turn 3 is such a long time away. But we've got some cards that aren't actually good yet. Like Subroutine's not actually good yet, right? Boot Sequence we don't need in our deck right now because of Orichalcum and Gorget. Tempest is like okay right now, but it would be better upgraded, and I don't massively lose out on anything by removing it for a while. Dual Cast I don't really need at the moment. It would be nice to get that upgraded. So I think we just have a really nice Tooth here. What cards did I say? Tempest, Subroutine, Boot Sequence. If I'm removing Tempest, I might as well remove Supercritical too. And then dual cast. We'll see. My deck might be really bad now. It's possible. It's possible. I just took a lot of good cards out of it. Why does your life feel like it's spiraling out of your control? I have heard the advice that I've been given for something like that is that like doing something that is in your control helps a lot. So just find something that you can do and focus on like improving your life around that one thing, and that can help. Your mileage may vary, I suppose. I kind of want to channel 2 orbs. Exactly 2. How do I do that? I can't? This is going to get a big shield and is going to hit me for like 30 something. And I need to break the shield, but I don't have enough damage. If this hits Barrage, it's kind of terrible too. Maybe if I just make another Dark Orb and weaken it for next turn, that way if we don't break the shield, at least we're only taking 19. Still a lot. Why is your cat looking at you like he wants to eat you? He wants to eat you. That one I do have covered. Supercritical is back! I can make 6 energy. It's a lot of energy. Maybe more energy than I really need right now. Does Tooth affect pathing decisions much? I do want to make sure that I get a few... Like, yes. Yeah, it does. Like, it will change this event versus hallway fight, potentially, depending on what I've gotten so far, leading up to the elite. Is Sunder good here? Got an Akabeko. I do have super critical. That kind of makes me want to take Sunder more. I think I'm going to focus probably on things that do orb stuff. Aerial Strength and Defense is not Necrobinder exclusive. No, it is not. I don't... How many things are there that are character exclusive? I don't actually know. I don't think there are that many. Let's use a weak potion here since we have the ability to weaken things in our deck. The potion doesn't matter that much. If we can get some good value out of it on that turn, that's probably worth it. Barrage Akabeko. Pretty sweet. This enemy looks suspiciously like Zorak from Space Ghost. I don't know if I've ever watched Space Ghost. We got Tempest back. Alright, we got a Powder Demise, which is excellent. It stole a Null. Do I want Null back? Yes, it comes with Uproar. Maybe. Do I want it back? I don't know. All my other cards are either upgraded or ethereal now. We're going to take a Cool-Headed as a way to take advantage of our super critical and a way to make a few more Frost Orbs with Loop. Both of those things are very good reasons to take a Cool-Headed. Cool-Headed is an interesting card because it is a common, but it's not like... It's a common that you might want to take in Act 3 more than in Act 1, actually. Commons which draw cards, card draw is often very powerful later on in the game. And commons which block, sometimes building a block engine for late game is a pretty big deal too. I don't think 2 copies of Uproar can be infinite now. For like a few different reasons. Do I want this Null? For Uproar? I guess I do. The Chosen Cheese. So if I Gorge here, I have to put 2 commons in my deck.
That's not that good. I think what I'm gonna do is take the Chosen Cheese. At the end of combat, I'll gain 1 max HP. It's not that great, but I'll go here and then rest, and then maybe rest again, and we'll be okay. Hey May, how are you? Defect likes card rewards a decent amount when you're power scaling, which is a thing we're kind of doing here as well. Sorry, someone was asking about fights versus question marks like 30 minutes ago, and I just added to my answer to that question, I guess. The Hunter Killer is a little dangerous. Love the Hunter Killer's design. Love to watch me die, huh? Uproar is just straight up missing. There's no attack for it to combo with. This turn is really bad. So we do this. It's our block potion. I think it should be an elite. The Act 2 elites are pretty dangerous though, yeah. We got our dual cast back, it's kind of useful. We found a capacitor. Probably I have enough orb generation that I want a capacitor now. I think that's true. That's also worth upgrading, but I'm gonna definitely take a rest here. I might not be very good at Act 2 elite fights. It's the thing that I'm starting to realize about this deck. I kind of miss my boot sequence too. That boot sequence was better than I realized. YOLO? Oh! I wanted to weaken it. Oh well. Why are we talking about breastfeeding? Yeah, it's so weird that Twitch chat would just bring that up. Like, who just brings up breastfeeding unprompted? Like, come on. It's so weird. Pull it together, y'all. There are people here confused by how you're acting. I am getting murdered by this enemy. I think maybe I could have drawn better. It seems hard to draw worse, to be honest. But yeah, good grief. Just got kind of owned. Is the run just completely over, or like, what's up? I guess I could play Null here. That weakens it. Just keeps me alive. I could also play Uproar, which gives me an energy off Barrage. Wait, maybe that just kills, actually. I have 2 energy. But also Barrage hits for 35 plus 10. So 21. It's kind of
Still got a lot of health there. I could have hollowed Barrage off there. Is it true? That sounds like it might have been lethal. Oh well. We did this instead. We got a potion belt. There's a turbo here, which does kind of work with our very tiny deck later on in fights. Ben, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Glasswork makes another type of orb. The fact that it gains 5 block is not necessarily good, though. I'm okay. I don't know. Maybe turbo? I think I'm okay. We're looking for, like, somewhat specific cards that win us the game now. We're looking for things which scale our orbs. We're looking for, like, Voltaic, which solos the game. Stuff like that. I don't know that we're taking these okay cards. Turbo might be better than okay. No, I don't think I have enough card draw for it to be that good. And enjoying Spinner? Yeah. Yeah, I think it does well. To take a Glass Orb? Glass Orbs feel like they're kind of made worse by Capacitor. I don't know if we scale enough for Knowledge Demon yet. I also don't know that we scale well enough for Knowledge Demon yet. But we do have half an act still. Shop? That could be a shop, maybe? Just get an uncommon potion. Triple R block 1 turn. Nice. Did we get all our cards back? We have 1 that's missing. Boot sequence. Well, why would we need that this turn? It's too bad. Maybe that Glass Orb would have been good here. I got to do the only thing my deck does, and the result was that I was dead unless I used a potion. I guess this is the other thing my deck does. Alright, boot sequence is back. We got a Flex Potion and a Petrified Toad. Oh my god, if only I could take both. If only. Well, let's take a Cool-Headed. Try not to die in this hallway fight. Capacitor, Tempest, then Super Critical, maybe? So I can Uproar into Barrage? And keep my Frost Orbs? Keeping Frost Orbs is good. Do I enjoy the increased number of rocks in Slay the Spire too? I think that was a good change, yeah. I'm glad they were brave enough to do that. Oh, I guess I can also hit strike. The hard counter to Dark Orbs fight. Is it true? Fortunately, we're doing stuff other than Dark Orbs, right? Is this game worth the early access? Oh yeah, it's very good. Is this an Elden Ring Summoner Snail reference? Quite possible? No, Casey likes Elden Ring quite a lot. I could go second barrage. I could go skim with no turbo. I can go skim. Okay, I don't know that we have anything that beats Knowledge Demon in our deck. We'll see them. I think draw one fewer card each turn is actually better than taking 6 damage here. Unusually. I could wait. No, there are other attacks I want to play. Mostly fine, just exhausting our basics. Wow, that's not a very good hand. We Tempest first again, I think? What domain is the enemy's knowledge in? I don't know. I can only play 3 cards per turn now. One? 2? Do I even want to play the other one? I don't know. Maybe not. This is the hardest turn for us to survive, yeah? And I don't think I can do it. I think we came up just barely short here. Hold on. It just breaks my Akabeko though. Or, sorry, not my Akabeko, my thing. Wow. Good run. That's fun. That's fun to have a boss fight be that close. We kind of lost because we took subroutine, I think. Interesting. Was Uproar worth it? Uproar, I think, never had a good turn, fortunately. Maybe we lost because we took Uproar as well. Very close run. That was fun. Second time dying to the Act 2 boss today. I find wins or losses more fun? I find every loss fun. I find most wins fun. The tooth sequence was rough as well. Maybe I shouldn't have given away boot sequence. I don't know. It sure was an act where, like, 1 more HP somewhere would have been a big difference. I could have saved a potion from this hallway fight. I used a potion-shaped rock in this hallway fight. That could have won. I could have taken... Well, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4... with, like, 2 rests. Chosen Cheese... I think also made me die. But if we put commons in our deck, I don't know. Tricky run. I don't know exactly what I meant to do in these runs where I have not quite enough scaling to win and not quite enough energy to, like, go off. I could have taken turbo. Maybe that's the answer. Exclamation mark Spire 2, I think, is the bot command. It's in the channel. Yeah. Channel title, Spire 2. I know if the ancient you get offered is determined by the boss you fight, or if it's completely random. I think it's completely random. I believe so. You had an uproar deck with 3 uproars and 2 meteor strikes, and then got Stucco Eye. That's kind of cool. That's a mod that I wrote, Dark Space. Card piles should fall into 3 categories instead of randomly. Like commons, uncommons, rares, or attack skills, powers? What categories? I kind of like it being random. I feel like that's the entire point, isn't it? Defrag, rare, and consume gone definitely hurts like easy orb scaling. On the other hand, you don't have to scale as much with orbs to win the game right now, so that's the flip side. They make the mod public. I'd be doing that anytime soon. What if it, like, deletes all of your save profiles or something? That would... Currently, if that happens, it only ruins my day, not everyone else's. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and grab a little bite to eat. I will be right back. Twitch chat. How are you? I was just saying that, like, Uproar was bad, but then I remembered there was that turn with Barrage where I misplayed it. Which actually dropped enough health that it would have let me beat Knowledge Demon. So actually, Uproar's faults as a son were my faults as a father. The Ironclad. You have tortilla, chips, and salsa. You have too much salsa for your chips, you'll have to acquire too much chips, but then you'll have too many chips for your salsa. Oh. This is the beauty. The never-endless cycle. Never-ending cycle? Never-endless? I mean, same thing, doesn't it? I don't know, we have to fight Phantom. I don't think Ironclad lines up very well against Phantom. Phantom has, like, 9 slippery or something, so we have to hit it 9 times before it can take damage. But I don't want to have to put a Sword Boomerang in my deck, because I don't think that card's very good. So, we're going to remove 2 cards here, I think. Looking at the map, I like this triple elite kind of end to things. I don't know if we'll have enough health for it. It'd be nice too. There's also this, which gets a campfire. Ironclad's ability to fight elites is very dependent on whether he gets like one of the uncommons that the devs put in the game that deals 50 damage for 1 for some reason, or not. If we don't, it's kind of hard to fight the elites. But if we do, then we can. And that's how Ironclad works. So, we're gonna path in a way that lets us fight the elites if stuff happens. And if we don't get the things which let us fight elites, we won't fight them. I'm gonna remove 2 cards from the deck over Lost Coffer, which honestly might be better. I don't think I'm into Nutritious Oyster over either of these things right now. Hold on. So I'm losing 11 max HP and taking 13 damage to remove 2 cards. You know, when you think about it that way, it doesn't sound that good. I should take Nutritious Oyster or Lost Coffer. I don't know. Card move's very good. Is it that good? It's very good. Is it that good? It's kind of good. It does also make Perfected Strike worse. What's my favorite uncommon that deals 50 for 1 energy? Ashen Strike, probably. Thanks for that 15 months symmetry. I think I said that already. Probably. It makes Hellraiser worse? I'm not too worried about making Hellraiser worse. Just remove defense. Starting with 4 strikes is bad? Why? Alright, let's try not these ones. Let's try this one. I haven't tried this one much. A Flex Potion and a Molten Fist, I guess. Molten Fist is the pick here because it exhausts and deals 10 for 1. If we end up doubling the enemies vulnerable with it, that's fine. But the other words in it were more exciting to me. I just clicked the wrong button. It's mostly fine, probably. Is it? Ever punished. Oh my god. I would like to have all 3 of these at once. Stampede is another one of the ones that like deals 50 damage for 1, although only conditional on other things happening. We're gonna take Ashen Strike here. This card is one of the ways I play Ironclad runs that win very easily. Remove a strike.
Maybe I should have talked about the guilty event a bit more. I think we're strong enough that we can take it. That's mostly where we're at. Legendnet Uncommon I thought would just be kind of a meme, but then Stampede existing actually makes it kind of good. I think you can probably take that with no other support. Seem not to care for temp, strength, dex, focus. You have to have a deck which works in order for them to be good. That's not a very useful thing to say, maybe. It's kind of hard to have a deck that works in this game. You need to be able to draw them on the turns where they're useful. I'm gonna take another Molten Fist. Three good temp strength cards are needed before it can be a focus. Someone's been doing the math, apparently. Wow. Okay, so we just got a Soldier's Shoe. All cards containing strike gain 1 replay this combat. I've got a decent number of cards that have strike on them. Specifically Ashen Strike seems like an important one. We're being offered Evil Eye, which is definitely one of the block cards that is exciting enough to make some sense to take on Ironclad. Blocks for a lot. We exhaust every time we play Molten Fist, and we're hoping to get better at exhausting every turn. On the other hand, I could take Havoc. That does exhaust a card every turn, every time we draw it. Sometimes that'll hit Ashen Strike, which could be an issue, but... or we could take Pommel Strike, which is particularly good with Soldier's Stew. And pretty good with a lot of other things in the game. I think I'm going to try an Evil Eye, because I haven't yet, basically. I haven't really had a run with an early Evil Eye. And we're going to upgrade Bash pretty happily. Maybe we get something going with the Molten Fists, doubling vulnerable on enemies. Would be cool. Yes, definitely more desirable to upgrade Bash with Sunfests. 18, 27. Also, just having Ashen Strike makes upgrading Bash better, too. Like, if we have a thing which deals a lot more damage if the enemy is vulnerable, all of a sudden that's pretty good. I could take a Sword Boomerang for Vantum. I think I would rather not. Is this the day that juggling pops off? Hey, the boss. Actually, I kind of do want a Sword Boomerang with a Flex Potion, maybe. Replay Potion Souls Vantum. I don't think we still have Replay Potion by the time we get there. This could be a skip, unless juggling's a lot better than I think it is, maybe. But it's honestly hard for me to play 3 attacks in a turn. Headbutt doesn't seem very exciting. Sword Boomerang is like only for my Flex Potion and Vantum specifically. This is a spot where skipping has a lot of upside, because our cards are already so strong. Drawing and playing this more often is great. Putting cards which make it bigger is great. I don't think we're using Gambler's Brew over either of these. Yeah, I think we're already using Soldier's Stew. Ow. A bit murdered here. We got a fire potion. We get 10 more gold from enemies. Is pillage good? Pillage certainly can become good. We could take an armaments to upgrade our cards. Not an incredible upgrade. Pillage gets very strong, for sure. We also take this and do more of the vulnerable on an enemy. And then if we ever found a reason to care about an enemy having 50 vulnerable, it would be doing great. Over-explain the situation. Let me see what I can do for you. Ironclad's late game space has a lot of infinites. So Pillage working toward just having more card draw and then pairing it with more energy is pretty appealing. We also do have a good attack density, so it like usually draws 2 cards. I don't know, probably on average maybe. Armaments is like a solid value card. It's a good target with an upgrade, which is kind of nice because we don't have an incredible upgrade target right now. I think it's like only okay as an upgrade target, to be honest. It would be alright against Phantom, probably. 1-2 Punch could do some comboing with Molten Fist. And it's good with Ashen Strike too, probably. This is a very weird rare, though. There are a lot of cards. This is kind of like the temporary strength cards, and the temporary dex and focus cards. Like, there are a lot of cards which would be good if you could draw them at the right time, but you can't draw them at the right time. So, and this is one of those. There's just nothing that says I draw that with any attack in my deck in the same hand as it, let alone with a good attack in the same hand as it. So, I think I'm just gonna take Pillage. It seems like the highest upside kind of card. See what happens. I could pair it with Expect a Fight. That seems kind of sensible. We take Expect a Fight, start removing Defends. I don't entirely know how I'm blocking, but it's a thing, yeah? We would have to find a way to block at some point. One way you can block is by resting at every campfire. Before the overswing, I was leaning 1-2 punch. No, I wasn't. I was not. Maybe it sounded like I was, but that's not what I was going to pick. Why block when can kill them all? It's a fair question. Resting is OP. Oh, Horncleave is OP. All right. Well, relics repeat. You only get each relic one time. If you see it in a shop, it won't show up later. Am I just dead? I didn't draw very well in this fight. An energy potion would have been really good here. Bash plus on the bottom of the deck's painful. Okay, probably the skills. I don't think I need a flex potion. Maybe I do need a flex potion. Alright, we should do math here, I guess. Here, I have my pen somewhere. This is just kind of a fun way to do it. Oh no, where's my pen? Oh no. Sometimes I fidget with my pen or my tablet, and then I don't know where it is afterwards. Ah, it's here. Alright, bash hits for 10. Slows out 1. Bash hits for 10. Multiplies to 11. Then slows at 2. We play strike, which hits for 6. Vuln to 9. Slow to, I think, 10.8, which is 10. And then Ashen Strike hits for 15. Vulnerable makes it 22.5. Plus 3, 30%. He's gonna be another 6. But it's more than 6.5, so another 7, so 29. So I got that hits for 50. If I flex potion, we're getting an extra 15 damage before the slow. Are we getting 4 more from the slow? It would be, well, it's going to be rounding and shit, right? 0.2 times 7.5 plus 0.3 times 7.5 is 7.5. That makes sense to me. So I think the answer is yes. Guilty is gone. We found a colorless potion, a pair. I'm actually at 50 somehow. How is that possible? I don't know. Forgotten Ritual. I've already got Expect to Fight. I do kind of want this Stampede. I don't have incredible payoff on it, but I think I take it. Hair is also a good way to block. Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't really work with this. Is it ever Thunderclap? I hope not. I might skip. Nah, let's take a Stampede. Skipping is like very much building toward an infinite, which you can do here. And it might win more than taking a Stampede, to be honest. This thing again. I think Ironclad's commons exhaust enough that we can gorge here. Well, hold on. Do I need max HP to win the run? If I'm actually not blocking, maybe we do want the max HP. Nice BS, man. Why did I decide a Flex Potion over Fire Potion? Fire Potion requires fewer things to be happening right for it to deal 20 damage, right? It's actually pretty hard for Flex Potion to deal 20 damage. I have to like have the enemies vulnerable and then play 3 attacks and it deals 22.5. Regent thinks the Prime! Common cards. I have to take them. Man, I don't really want to put 2 commons in this deck. Hummel Strike's okay.
True Grit, Havoc, like kind of okay. I'm gonna do this instead. No need block because we have face. Be true. I beat all the elites I was questioning about. Not yet. This is the last one. I have been doing some interesting things with drawing Bash for these elite fights. Feels like a good example of a spot where Fire Potion is just much more reliable than Flex Potion, yeah. I hope there will be some sort of... Oh my god, Pillage is kind of scary here. Yeah... Yeah, yep, okay. Well, I want a colorless potion for potentially 9 health. I think I do. It could be more even. Panic Button's real good here. Kyria, thanks for the 28 months, appreciate it. Yeah, Hatchet saved us a good amount of health there. Oddly smooth stone, a little bit of block. There's a bloodletting for more energy gain, but I think Expect the Fight is trying to be all of our energy gain. We keep getting offered Sword Boomerang. Do you think we will die to Phantom because we didn't take Sword Boomerang? Probably, right? This deck doesn't want a Juggernaut. I think that's fairly clear. Will we die to Phantom because we didn't take a Sword Boomerang? We'll take a Sword Boomerang. Taking Bloodletting there, very aggressive. Very aggressive. Whew! All right, our deck went off. Oh, I think Uppercut. Uppercut seems pretty good here. Trey! Thanks for 3 months. You visited Pike Place, Mopop, and the Woodland Zoo. How was the zoo? I haven't been to the zoo in a bit. Uppercut seems like a great way to put an attack in our deck, which also happens to block. It's good with Stampede. I don't know. Just kind of works in every way. Probably want to kill the one that's going to make our attacks deal less damage. Makes sense to me. Missed. Bad. Evil Eye's been pretty good some turns. It was snowy. Oh, you went on the day when it snowed. Oh, that's kind of fun. If I knew this enemy's AI better, I would know that maybe that was a mistake. It looks like it was correct. Well played, me. Killed it anyway. Bludgeon?
Okay, that one's so much better than Sword Boomerang. I should have just taken that. We've got ourselves a little Pillage Expect to Fight Stampede kind of nonsense deck going on here. It's so tempting to upgrade. Oh my god, it's so tempting to upgrade. I think with like 4 block cards total in a fight against an enemy with 200 health or something, maybe we don't do that. Maybe not. Stampede has played Bludgeon. It understands the assignment. What is about to happen? We're gonna do this, and this, and then this. Sure. Take back your earlier diss about Stampede. You've been dissing the Stampede? Dare you. What's a little purple cell phone above the enemy? E, I think? Never been called that before, but that could be the answer. If I'd just upgraded, it would be dead already. Could have upgraded Bludgeon. I would not have upgraded Bludgeon. I would 100% be dead. Alright. I think this is actually not a very good feed. +3 wounds was a cell phone. Gotcha. The issue with feed is it doesn't work with a lot of things in our deck. Feed is good when you have control over when you kill the enemy. Like, you can block every turn to, like, delay the end of the fight, for example. Sub alert's so good. Bermuda quad 6 for the 67 months. Appreciate it. It's also good when you control when you play it, which we don't do. Like, Stampede can play it, right? Kind of doesn't work. Thrash is a sweet card. Exhausts our attacks. Scales very well off Bludgeon. It's one of the ways that Ironclad scales obscenely hard. I'm actually going to take Unmovable. I think this is a very easy power to overlook, but this blocks so much. Kelly Ostru, thanks to the 19 viewer rate. Welcome in, everyone. Yeah, this is just like you block twice as much, almost, for our deck. It's very, very good. Is it better than Thrash and Feed? I'm not certain of that, but it's very good. Beating the Queen as silent. Poison does very well in longer boss fights, especially ones which punish you for spamming cards. That good? This is my first time being offered corruption. Currently I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 energy worth of skills. This one I don't want to have exhaust.
So it doesn't look like that good a corruption here, to be honest. So I might just take an Astrolabe, transform 3 cards. I have to decide whether it's defend, 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 which it might be. Which makes the unmovable pickup a lot worse, doesn't it? The thing is, with Pillage, and Expect to Fight, Defend is like a pretty bad card. Transform, Defend, Defend, Unmovable. I think Unmovable's still good. Just with Evil Eye, probably. I don't know. Let's try this. Give me the good ones. Those aren't good. Interesting. This one might be good. I don't know, maybe. I got my 1 block card. Pillage does draw a lot of cards. Been cool to draw it. This is 13, 22, plus another 22, I think. That's how math works. Tunneler was a decent matchup for us. Oh boy. Oh my god, it's another pillage. Well, I'm gonna take another pillage. Whenever you lose HP in combat, gain a 3 block next turn. It's one way to block. First time each combat you exhaust a skill, add a copy of it to your hand. It is time to remove Unmovable, I think. This is awkward. um... Six block with the power? No, it's only from cards. Drum of Battle is kind of cool. The problem with Drum of Battle is it's going to kill Expect to Fight sometimes, which is bad. And if I pillage into it, it stops me from drawing more cards, which is bad. I think the goal is to remove... I don't know. Maybe I just remove Strike, honestly. Stampede's pretty good. Unmovable's pretty good. Evil Eye's pretty good. Unmovable plus Evil Eye every turn to block for 32. It seems kind of silly to take that out of your deck, right? I think I just remove Strike. Anything else going on here? You watched your friend play Slay the Spire for the first time, and he found the boot, and you were hooting and hollering at the stream, and he unfriended me on Discord. Do you have any advice? Sounds like a bad friend. Why is Stampede in the deck? Because we took it to beat the Phantom, and then we beat the Phantom, and now it's still in our deck. I don't think this deck needs many Hallway Fight rewards, so I think we take question marks. and hope that they give us card rewards, or card removes, rather. This one you can't skip, so we do this one, which lets us skip. Impatience is very funny. Yeah, we just skip these. I don't think automation does anything. Impatience just stops pillage from drawing more cards. It's not good. Found a card remove. That's excellent. I think I just look at another question mark. Well, that's not a question mark, really. Okay, flex potion for 4 health. Exclamation mark spire 2, extinct dodo. Don't miss Stampede. Stampede! It's fine. Spite Rage. I don't have a way to make myself lose HP right now, which would be kind of good with Spite. Rage looks strong. I'm not sure it actually is. I think it just kind of gets in the way of pillage stuff. Rocky, thanks for the sub. Only we had 16 more Molten Fists. We are being offered another Molten Fist. We could have another Molten Fist. What about a Diet Spite? More responsible, definitely. How do we block? Unmovable Evil Eye? Blocks 32. Also, the enemy is dead already, I think is mainly the idea. Can I get owned by Dazes other than my Ashen Strike? Uh-oh. Mr. Bees. Holy shit, chat. Deck seems pretty bad into this fight. All right. Good shit. We're not taking Shrug. We are strong. I'd rather a random power than a random zero cost card, I think. What skills are there at zero cost? Bloodletting? Bloodletting's not that bad. We have to upgrade 2 random skills, Expect to Fight and that one eye thing. Battletrons? Battletrons could have been alright, I guess. Are we stampeding? Starting to think we don't have block. You noticed, huh? I think we're stampeding. Mr. B's was real bad. $16. I take 6. My unmovable has killed me. Has it though? Hold on. It appears that it has. Possible I was dead anyway. Gosh, Mr. B's really didn't like our deck very much. I possibly underestimated how bad that Mr. B's fight was. GG. Maybe I shouldn't have put Stampede in the deck. I think all the characters are quite strong. That's a mod. It's a mod I wrote. Well, we found something out. Alright, I'm gonna start jamming runs now. It'd be that over-explaining gets me to talk myself into making worse decisions. No, I doubt it. I think I'm still learning the game. There's a triple elite left path here of Silver Crucible, but we don't get to deviate from it if our Silver Crucible is bad. So I think what we want to do instead is just take these elites at the end of the act, probably. Legaval Matriarch wants us to take a poison card or two. Not a big deal, though. The Corpse Slug fight is actually kind of hard. Frail is very good for the... Or, sorry, it's very bad for the Silent Starter deck. I don't know anything about correlated RNG for Spire 2. Haven't looked at that part of the source code. Something I still haven't actually worked out. Does this debuff again? Okay, cool. So if you can kill the other one while it's debuffing, get a free end to the fight, basically. Or not. Fire Potion's good. Woo! It's weird, but I might take Haze Plus. It's a pretty sketchy card, right? Maybe I take Prepared Plus. Let's take Prepared Plus and then we can take a different Sly card. Yeah, ideally if I could have had both of them at the same time, that would have been nice. I have had some ridiculous conveyor events. I think that might be the best event in the game. It seems maybe too good. I want to take an upgraded flechettes, and I don't know, we're looking for some way to draw cards now, I guess. Even without cards, 14 for 1 is pretty good. Slice was okay since we have prepared. I don't understand why that makes Slice okay. Don't think it makes Slice better. This steals 14 for 1. This is a good card, basically. I think I'm gonna take Escape Plan, and we need to get some damage still. But we hope to do that from the shop. Snake Bite. Feet on the Bone costs a lot of gold. Snakebite works with flechettes and works with needing to kill Lagavulins. I think I take it. Snakebite, card remove, strike. Footwork's okay. I haven't found it to be necessary for late game Silent. I don't think it's like super good right now either. Fire Pot for 9 health? That's okay. Clarity Extract's actually kinda good with flechettes. Cards I don't want very much. When you've got a bunch of upgraded cards, it becomes harder to add other cards to your deck. Maybe Poison Stab? Snakebite good until you get Fogmogged. Every player has a deck until they get Fogmogged. I do kind of want the Poison Stab. I don't know, we've got this for the short fights and this for the long fights. It's kind of working. This would be a different synergy space entirely, but maybe it's nice to have feelers for that. Maybe. Instead of loudly proclaiming that Snakebite is a terrible card, maybe, like, observe that I just, like, murdered, like, 2 fights with it or something. I don't know. Gosh, that's a lot of greed. Just take some gold, I think. What if I get Conveyor Belt now, though? The Chosen Cheese. I don't want to be forced to take unupgraded commons. But Acro? Actually, I do kind of want to be forced to take unupgraded Acro. We're gonna go right. The double elite was starting to feel a little bit iffy anyway. When you rest, you get a potion. Cool. Defend is so much better than strike in this deck. But I think we have to remove it, unfortunately. And just keep re-rolling forever. Like this, maybe. These are not going to be like a fight I can get through taking no damage, unfortunately. Okay. Oh my god. I think this is acro over calculated gamble? With flush shots? Those are some good Yetis.
Platino Gringo cheered. X500. I like how you say, I can't do this fight without damage to immediately clear the fight without damage.
I took damage on turn 1, right? Pretty sure I took damage on turn 1. I'll take 3 to play this, I guess. All right. War paint, not terrible. Speedster is kinda decent here, no? It's not a bad Speedster. Let's take a Speedster over Piercing Whale. Maybe I was meant to take Piercing Whale. We'll never know. It is a delightfully enjoyable card. That's gotta be worth something. This gets us a really good first draw pile after Lack of Villain wakes up. Honestly, it might be too good a draw pile. I'm not entirely sure what that means. I feel like I used all of my good cards, but I get them all in the next draw pile too, so I guess that's fine. That was the entire point, right? I think I want these in my next draw pile, so I think I'm not playing any cards here. I have to survive with -2 dex a little bit. But I've got a lot of poison on the enemies, so I'll die pretty quick. Worst case scenario, just play Snakebite here. Abrasive seems very good. I have an acro and a prepared, right? I kind of wish I didn't take Speedster. It seems so much better than Speedster. Could also do Corrosive Wave. I don't draw enough cards, though, I don't think. The Worm! I want to go to this shop, mostly. Got a bunch of money. We'll see what Pale has this time. Legion's okay. Tooth is also okay. Remove, remove, remove. Remove, remove. Immediately die? Don't I just immediately die? Hmm. Maybe I just want Pale's Legion. You always pick tiers, you thought it was broken. It's quite good. It's quite good. Like, it's fine. The strikes are so bad. Maybe I have to remove one strike too. Is Flame Barrier a bait? I think Flame Barrier is a pretty good card. It doesn't synergize very well with anything else in Ironclad's card pool, but it does block a bunch and deal a bunch of damage sometimes. Can you not take the cards back from Tooth? No, I have to take them back. Probably I need to keep Neutralize. Fuck it. Tooth would be brilliant if you could just remove 5. It sure would. Ouch. You know, it's useless. That seems fine. I have a defend back. Feel like I'm already invincible. Ricochet is kind of interesting. I'm gonna take well-laid plans though. Can we double retain a snake bite? I don't believe it's actually allowed. I think they thought about letting the player do that and they were like, no, that would be too strong. And then, so you're not allowed to. There has to be some limit on what snakebite is allowed to do, right? What will the alternate Act 2 and 3 be themed around? I don't know. I hope they do something that hurts infinites a little bit. A few more enemies and events that force you away from just spamming trillions of low-cost cards. Strangle's vaguely interesting. I think Speedster kind of does that already, though. Every enemy is time eater. Maybe not that aggressive, but sure, that kind of idea. Maybe playing Speedster there was wrong. Kinda weird that Escape Plan keeps on drawing an attack instead of a skill. We're all looking for the guy who took all of the skills out of the deck. How do you get that end of turn pop-up? Is that in the settings? I am probably meant to know what that means, but I don't. I'm currently going to hallway fights because I need to get my cards back with upgrades on them before I can fight elites. Oh, well-laid plans is what we're talking about, maybe? What about a piercing whale for Mr. Bees? Alternately, the acro looks kind of good, doesn't it? Maybe I just have enough upgraded block cards for Mr. Bees. Yeah, I think more flips and jumps. Ooh. Oh man, this master planner. Well, we are definitely card removing a strike. That is kind of important. Master Planner does feel like if I put it in play, I kind of instantly win the game. I don't know how I put it in play. The putting it in play part seems hard. There's another shop there for another card remove. It's the Caleb D. MTG. Thanks for the raid, Caleb. Fucking belting it. How's it going? We're playing some Slay the Spire 2. I know that Caleb has been playing Slay the Spire 2 because I watch his YouTube videos. Don't tell him, it's very embarrassing. Sometimes I'll be winding down to sleep at night and throw on a Caleb DMTG YouTube video. I've been doing some cubing. Nice. Very nice. We're in a run where I have given away all of my good cards to Pale's Tooth with the hope that they will be returned to me upgraded, but it won't give me back my best card, so I'm just kind of like trying to fight things so I can get my cards back. Maybe someday, yeah. Unlucky. This is kind of a rough fight. Ever aggro for Survivor? It feels like my deck should block this every turn. I don't think they scale very fast at all. It's like taking 12 because of the order I drew the cards on. And possibly because I discarded a defend or something. Nope. No, I didn't even do that. Oh my god. Well, Yetis could have dealt more damage here if I'd played better. Is it true that Jimmy from Mr. Beast is actually really good this game? Do you mean Mr. Bees? I only know about Mr. Bees. I no longer recognize Mr. Beast. I woke up your dad and now you're grounded. More time to sit at home and watch my stream. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. Maybe we don't like Snakebite at exactly this moment. Kind of like basic strike at exactly this moment, actually. These enemies never scale, huh? Except insofar as putting dazes in your deck is scaling. Which, like, okay, sure. Have a very kind voice. Thank you. I think you have a very kind voice, Twitch chat. Good grief, this is a fight. Alright, we did it! Once their artifact charges were down, our Snakebite carried the day. Well done, Snakebite, and all Snakebite fans. Calculated gamble. Oh, we can take a Piercing Whale, finally. What did I get back, by the way? I got another Defend. So I just completely failed to get my Thorns card back before Elite fights. Okay. Gambler's Brew is really good here. Because I have Speedster. So I can go like Acro into Calculated Gamble, discarding 7 cards, and that is 30 AoE damage. That, I think, kind of by itself lets me fight an Elite. And we just kind of hope it's not Mr. B's, it's Mr. B's. Well, Flechettes isn't good here. We do this first. Chat. 16, 27. Discarding all my cards is a little appealing to me. Let's put a Master Planner in play and neutralize. Seems vaguely sensible. Mr. B's. We want to well-laid plans, defend, and then next turn we can put Speedster in play. We're not getting attacked next turn. This is on a 3-turn cycle. We're in buffs on turn number 3. And we hold a Piercing Whale for next turn. Oh, I can play this for free. Nice. Huge. Next turn we can Piercing Whale Snakebite, and then Snakebite will start killing Mr. Bees for us. Also, I guess this is happening. I didn't even think about this. My cards are now, like, playing for free when I discard them. Cute. So I get Snakebite again. Next turn I'm not getting attacked, so if I wanted a billion dazes from Flechettes, it would be okay. I think I'd rather just not have a billion dazes from Flechettes. That seems more sensible. Mr. Bees! Tear down that wall! Abrasive is back. We got a Paper Crane! Paper Crane's very good for making the enemies attack for less. I could get another Speedster. I don't think there's much reason to care about another Speedster. I think one Speedster is probably enough Speedster. Expose. Meh. Would have been good that one time. I don't think Power Potion's better than either of these potions. Didn't realize you were watching a coward stream. Well, now you know. The truth comes out. If I play 10 skills, gain 7 block. That's useful. That'll be like 7 block per turn or something pretty soon, hopefully. I am going to play Speedster and then do this. And then do this, and then do this. Oh my god, the fight's over, right? Like, what a turn 1. Oh. Well, I was planning to draw better on turn 2. Yo, that's a pretty good fight. Cunning Potion, nice. We found the Jorget. I don't think this one needs a Noxious Fumes. I might take it anyway. I am a fan of Noxious Fumes. Can be nice to be able to Jorget. Sometimes you get caught with your pants down. Turn 1, 2. Being able to Jorget a little bit can help out. I could take this Untouchable. I didn't think about that. Do I like Noxious Fumes in general or just the card? Just the card. Just the card. Untouchable seems like it's better than playing our block cards. Yeah, the problem is we don't want cards in our deck, basically. We desperately want our deck to have no cards in it. I think I'm good. I can always just play Snakebite a billion times if I want to poison things. Probably. The hunter killer doesn't know about thorns. 6 thorns is quite a lot from 1 card, and it gives you dexterity. What can't it do? I get 7 block from Tuning Fork this turn. The game has a sense of humor sometimes, Crimson. The beauty of losing at Slay the Spire is you die to some bullshit and you can't be that upset about it because, like, I don't know. Look at how cute this enemy is. What a cutie. Who would be mad about dying to that? The alternative is it dies to me. I can't feel good about that, can I? Not ethically. Master Planner costing 1. Seems like it gets it in play a little bit more reliably. The Gambit is actually very good in a deck like this. I'm 2 gold short. But yeah, you can definitely get to a point where with the Gambit you never get hit. Probably we have enough block from other things anyway. Impatience? Card remove's way better. Pretty sure. Pretty sure card remove's way better. I have to at some point work out how to kill this, I suppose. Eventually Paper Crane will stop making it deal 0 damage. Do you think when Snakebite walks past the enemies, it does like the like snapping, like in West Side Story with the gangs? That's what gangs are really like, right? Historically accurate musical. Believable. Miniature cannon makes flechettes deal 3 additional damage. Yo. Second flechettes? Probably not. Shadow Meld is maybe worth taking. I don't know. Does this do enough without Shadow Meld already? Shadow Meld upgrades to cost 0, which honestly with Master Planner might not even be necessary. I can just discard it. Current upgrade is like Acro. Acro's a good upgrade. Does this deck kill the boss? Which one? Like the Act 3 boss or the or the Act 2 boss? The Insatiable. I sure hope it does. give Frantic Escape Sly. I think it only works on skills, and that's a status, unfortunately. This blocks for 7. I hold Survivor. I should have played more defense for this, I guess. I shouldn't slay 0-cost cards as already free. But I would have to discard a different card if I didn't. And I'm like dealing more damage with flechettes, right? Do we Shadow Meld? I guess so. What an obscene card. Okay, I'm sorry that I won the fight without taking damage in a way that you didn't like. I'll try to do it in a way you like more next time. I'm personally feeling okay about it, though. GG. We could take another abrasive. Accelerant speeds us up a lot. I don't know. I kind of think another abrasive's cool. That's so many thorns. Tools is okay. It doesn't feel like this deck needs tools. The place that tools seems good against the 4 Burns Elite in Act 3. The issue with Accelerant is that it doesn't scale with itself, mostly. That's okay. But Catalyst scales with itself. Like if you play 3 Catalysts, the poison is all of a sudden times 27. Whereas Accelerant, the poison is dealing an extra 3 damage or whatever. 6. Although it's still running out, like, faster. Accelerant ended up being way better than you expected, but Catalyst is better. Yeah, like, saying that it's not as good as Catalyst doesn't mean it's bad. Catalyst is, like, probably in the top 10 for most busted cards inside the Spire 1. I kinda like the tools of the trade for the fights with statuses. My damage is a little slow, right? Is Catalyst better? Yeah. Yeah. One time I put so much poison on an enemy with Catalyst that I overflowed the game. And then had to kill it with other attacks because poison stopped working. I think we're cooking here. Removing 1, 2... I don't know. Just removing. Removing anything. Seems like it wins. Iron Club also kind of does the same thing, I suppose. Just much less well. Remove 2 cards from your deck and gain 9 max HP at a rest site. Remove all defense we painstakingly upgraded. It is what it is, okay? It's unfortunate, but sometimes that's how life goes. Take Cleaver even without max HP most of the time. It's kind of sweet. Yeah, abrasive card art certainly looks like it is testing art. Get an extra 7 block from this thing. So we just do that. Points a lot of damage. So is Strangle. I don't think we care. Duplicate your deck. Receive bad luck. That sounds like a terrible idea. I'm not going to do that. We're going to touch a mirror. Downgrade 2 random cards. Upgrade 4 random cards. This is completely fine. We got +2 upgrades, not right. We're gonna remove most of these cards anyway. Ow. I'm just gonna use this. Actually, I shouldn't have played the strike. I should have just retained it. Because now it's in my next draw pile for no reason. It's not like I needed the damage. $172 is so much HP. It does have a lot of HP. I'm glad Flechette's is still doing stuff. Flechette's is one of my favorite cards. It's very unassuming. Mirage! I think I'm okay. Don't really need a leg sweep. I've already got neutralize for that. Nice, CJ Cat Lover. These are worse than a card remove, probably. Do I need another prepared? Does it, like, make me more infinite than I currently am or something? Kind of feels like I would need another prepared.
We prepared, discarding double acro, do a bunch of things. And then what? Well, I know. Dostoevsky boy! Nice to see ya. Mr. King, thanks for the year. Appreciate it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know, card remove's kind of good. We sure are cooking a lot. I'm not entirely sure what that does whenever I shuffle my draw pile. I don't need elites, do I? Elites just seem like they like hit me for a bunch on turn 1 for no reason. Can I get rid of Shadow Meld yet? Neutralizes my only attack. Our beautiful, beautiful defense. Our boss relic is eating our other boss relic. Isn't nature beautiful? Unplayable Snakebite? It's okay. I've been told that it's unplayable for the entire run, so nothing new. Escape plan still able to find an attack to draw. Yeah. And it's doing its best. I'm so confused. What just happened? Did I only discard one card? It's best not to ask, I think. I'm pretty sure that just doing escape plan prepared is infinite, right? Except I have to discard another card. Maybe I specifically need something that doesn't have Sly. Something, I don't know. What is the end of the fight? Eventually, they run out of reinforcement robots. Takes a while, though. Yeah, if you don't notice the thing that says, like, there are this many more of them or whatever, that fight does kind of seem like it's just going to go forever, doesn't it?
Got a deck almost identical to this. That's wild that we would come up with similar things, even though the card pool is so diverse with thousands of different reasonable options. All almost, if not as much, as strong as this one. Oh, it was already weak. What a disaster. Oh no, it was already weak. Well, it's more weak now. It could be neat to have a tactician, but that's okay. No concentrate, no. Candelabra gives us 2 energy on turn 2, that's kind of nice. A free-to-play acro sure seems like it'll help in one of those infinite fights. I'm surprised I haven't made this truly infinite already. I'm pretty sure it is truly infinite. I just have to stop playing the other cards, which causes it to take longer for the fight to end. Not going to the last elite. Yeah, elites don't help right here. The XR2 energy is actually really nice. Helps me to put my powers into play. Was I being sarcastic? Yes. I think that this is one of the very strong things that Silent can do. Maybe a bit too strong. No shade on you, just like comments on the Silent card pool. Goodbye. Maybe we'll make flechettes cost 0, actually. Should I get rid of Snakebite? It feels like a betrayal. Maybe I just rest? How many skills do I even have left on my deck? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm making flechettes deal this damage. You get rid of neutralize. Feels like with Paper Crane, you kind of want to be able to weaken enemies, though, yeah. I could just upgrade Shadow Meld. That seems very unnecessary. I could remove Piercing Well. There's also Collector. I actually think cooking might be bad here.
Already full blocked? Is that correct? It is not correct. But now it's correct, weirdly. Oh, it isn't correct because it gains strength when I play skills. I forgot. That's fine. Does that maybe mean I should stop playing so many skills? Thoughts? Hope not. I shouldn't have put new tries in there. I don't know what my plan was if I didn't draw prepared there. Just die, I guess. Okay. Let's hold Yeti Zacro or something. Have I ever got a Nightmare Plus from the Prism event or Defect run? I don't think I have ever had Nightmare Plus in my Defect run, no. Maybe a little bit of the old damage. Sorry. Girlfriend just got here. Just a sec. Be right back.
Twitch chat. Sorry, my girlfriend brought me a bunch of food. I'm not sure what I'm resolving right now. Oh, that works. Enough for all of us? I don't know. I already had the deviled egg. If anybody else wanted the deviled egg, you're out of luck. Sorry. Devil eggs are kind of good, but I almost never have them. Maybe I should get more into having deviled eggs all the time. Wait, if I discard escape plan, it gets drawn again? How does that work? I don't understand how Sly works. I thought the cards that were Sly were, like, hidden for the resolution of the Sly chain. I'm just kind of clicking different things to see what happens right now. So I drew escape plan again? How? How did I do that? If I do acro, do I draw acro again? No. So how come I draw escape plan again then? Huh? There's no way to know. Oh no. This has like a status it gives me? Terrifying. I'm spending a lot of time in this fight not understanding why the things that happen happen. Cool, something. And then something else, maybe? Unclear? And then it dies? Okay, cool! Works for me! You can all try to explain why it's happening like it is, but I'm not going to read what you say, so it's kind of a hopeless attempt. I feel like it's safest to just watch stuff happen and think, wee, and we'll work out the rest later, maybe. Alright, we're bound, which reduces our ability to combo on some turns, but not really this turn. This turn is fine. Just very confused about why things are happening all the time. Okay, is this infinite? If I discard escape plan neutralize? Okay, so I drew a card from Pendulum, I think. I haven't found a way to prevent debuffs or remove debuffs in this game yet.
Maybe there is one. That I haven't found it. Where's my other acro? Did I just play it? Where are the rest of my cards? Wait, what's happening? Why don't I have any cards anymore? What? What's Slay Stack? What are you talking about? You mean it's still resolving? It's not still resolving. I watched it resolve. This is done resolving now, right? It's in there, except it isn't in there. But sometimes when I do this, like, it does resolve. But not that time. Alright, so maybe we discard like these two or something? Why did I draw it? I was told it was still resolving. Why would you lie to me, chat? Where did acrobatics come from? Okay, I think I successfully discarded all of my cards again. Wait, why did that just play? It was in my hand. Was it still trying to play from Sly, but I drew it? Okay, but this is already playing, right? What happens if I click it? How many times does it play now? Did it play twice? But this is back now. Bug report, bug explanation, I don't know what's happening. I discarded 2 cards with prepared that were Sly. This plays the card, so the acrobatics discards and plays but doesn't draw itself, and the other acrobatics plays and draws the other acrobatics when But that isn't what happened. The first acrobatics that I played drew the second acrobatics, which had been discarded by prepared. Oh, I think I might be infinite now. Or maybe I'm not. And you're done. All right. Perfect play, perfect play. I understood everything about that deck. Herg die. Herg die indeed. Look at the way every card I took was in the first half of the run, except for Shadow Meld and Tools, which honestly didn't even do anything. I read my bug report about Fairy in a Bottle not proccing when I had 1 HP. I never made such a bug report. Unless I am losing my mind, which I might be. I've been playing a lot of Slay the Spire.
not necessarily successfully. Mistaking me for Frost Prime, I see. We are both very handsome and intelligent and funny. I get it. I also don't actually understand. Don't worry about it. It's best not to understand. You Platano can go for the 100 bits. Frost thinks that murder is good. Whereas I think murder is bad. I think I came down on it depends. There are some situations I think where murder can be justified. Anyway. Hypothetically. It is 8:30 p.m. on a Sunday evening. And I've been feeling kind of like shit all day, so I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll be back tomorrow, though. I have to do more of the untapped card review things. But I am playing the game non-stop all day. Makes it harder to find the time. We'll find it someday. Thanks for hanging out with me over the weekend. I appreciate you all. I hope you've had a good weekend. I hope that your week is looking exciting. I will be streaming the standard... Oh, this is only a 6-hour stream. Record low. I'll be streaming the, standard spire runs. 5 untapped cards per win. That would get us there eventually. Tomorrow and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. I was thinking maybe I'd take a day off next weekend. But I think I'm good to go through the week here. Oh! Thanks again to Caleb for the raid! You stuck around from Caleb's stream. I appreciate that. Caleb's an awesome guy. Good friend of mine. Highly recommend checking out his channel if you're all interested in sweet strategy gaming content. Caleb DMTG. I'm raid Arvius. He's playing Battle Brothers. Some of you probably could get into Battle Brothers. Battle Brothers is kind of fun. Good night, all!